Hey, yes, I am on extremely late tonight. Sometimes I come in and I expect to have a stream and it just isn't there. It's like, whoop, just like something eats the stream. But oh well, I'm here now. And if I have any advice for anybody, be here now. Yeah. Um, I am the Ocean Swagger. This is my show. A little late tonight because I had some issues with how it dances with technology. Hey, it always happens off and on that just have nights like that. But this is the Ocean's Deep Woo, and we do the deepest of woo here. We talk about all kinds of things, mostly deep stuff. Oh, hi. Oh, you like the bangs? Thank you. Yeah, the bangs are back. Hi, Chloe. How you doing? Yeah, Mr. Mew Mew is over there. Mr. Important. There he is. He's taking a little break from training now. Hey, kitty cake, look in the camera. There you go. Thank you. I want to see your pretty eyes, silly cakes. Silly cake. Love my baby cake. He's so sweet. So, what I'm going to do, uh, so I come in and there's no stream. My stream disappeared. So I had to make another stream, but he didn't want to give me one at the time that I wanted it. And so I just was getting later. So I finally just said, oh, hell with it. I'm coming in anyway. I almost said, it's too late. And then I realized you guys are night owls. So it doesn't really matter if I come in late because you'll be here for 4 hours. So if I come in late, am I really, is it that bad? Nah, it's okay. We're so here I am. But yeah, I almost said to myself, "Oh, it's too damn late." No, it's okay. Whoever is supposed to be here is supposed to be here. Whoever figures out that I'm here, they'll. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give everybody a minute to figure out that I'm here and come on in. And I'm going to put on the intro, so it gives them a little time to realize I've come in. And oh, Lady Spellbreaker made it. Hi. Yeah, I'm having dances with technology again, dances with StreamYard again. How you doing? Yeah, so I'm going to do that. I'm going to put on something to entertain you for a few minutes while people are filing in. Tonight is going to be a click-in show. If you want to be on the show, I'm going to put the link up, and you can come in and have a talk. Um, if you've got something to say. And so let me put the intro on, and and this gives you a chance to say hi to each other, because I know that about the first 30 minutes or something is going to be everybody saying, "Hey, so and so, oh, I love you. Oh, I love you too. Oh, hugs. Oh, hugs. How are you? Oh, I'm fine. But oh, well, it's been like, yeah, I know. I know. You guys all love each other. So I'm going to give you a few minutes to notice that I'm on, because that's my chat room. Everybody's got to say hi to each other. And if that is something that you're not used to in a chat room, well, that's my chat room. They love each other. Okay, I'll be back on in a minute after this intro gives you a chance. Mm-hmm. to talk to each other and stuff and greet each other. And yeah. Hey, where's my intro? Oh, there it is. Yes. So, hey, and I'm gonna see who is anybody else show up yet. Anybody see us yet? Oh, Puck is here. Hi, Puck. Oh, so far we've got Chloe, the counting countess. Okay, look, Contessa is here. Lady Spellbreaker is here. Heather Dunn. Dolly Belfiore. Is it Belfiore or Belfiore? Lady Spellbreaker, let's see. Puck Elf off D Hook is here. Okay. And you're still saying hey to each other. So I'll put something else on. Put something else on to entertain you while everybody's saying hi. Here you go, cowboy fans. Your daily dose of purness. Sweet, fluffy little white cat belly and purrs. And Cowboy just wanted me to translate this message to you that he backs the Canadian truckers and everybody who's joining in, which is pretty much everybody. 100%. That's right. Go, truckers, go. That's what Cowboy wants me to tell you. And let's hope the whole wide world joins in. That's right. See? He agrees. There you go. Okay, have a wonderful day. Talk to you later. Only it's American truckers this time. And don't let the news coverage fool you. They are there and they are having their usual events set up, their stands set up, their party. They're having their party. Would be fun to be there. They always have a good time at these things. These things are better than a lot of planned events here. As far as a party downtown is, these are better than what the city can put together usually. So, and they're there. They're just kind of, once again, the news is not doing its job, and that's not new anymore. That's old news. Mainstream news is almost worthless now, except as a propaganda tool. And, that's about it. Yeah, because it is completely overrun. And sad to say. Sad to say, it was one of those days where I'm happy. There's nothing really bad, nefarious. Nobody's stealing money from me right now. It's really nice. But Oh, your mom's been in and out of the hospital. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Heather Dawn. Yeah, we'll be doing $20 of yeah. Oh, beer live stream ritual lately. Oh, okay. Okay. We'll be doing another $20 of Lotto scratchies for something to do on beer live stream. Oh, okay. Ah, okay. Well, you know, I pay entirely for the streams for StreamYard. Um, Sometimes my kind family donates some money. They give me some gifts to help me out with it, but usually this is just my labor of love, and it costs me about well, just for the StreamYard alone cost me $30. So, and I'm doing it. I figure it's important to me to have, and it's important. I like to have my family around. I think they like to have me around, so and I like to provide a place where we can all get together and chat. Oh dear. Gee, that Heather, geez, sorry to hear. Stressful. Right. So, anyway, I think it's needed. There's several people have expressed to me how much they really look forward to the show and need the show. So, um, that is my charity every every month. If any of you want to help with that, I have right here. And then if you go to um, my channel proper, I also have a couple of other things like buy me a coffee. So, but the main one that I get things through is PayPal. Yeah, did you say, can you have Pete guests on with Prism? Okay. I'm gonna have to download Prism. Okay, that would help a bit. That would help a bit, but I'll lose everything that it's retaining. They've got a bunch of things recorded, and that's why. And I haven't down. I gotta get stuff downloaded. Does anybody know if you can download straight for? Can you, if you're a Prime or something or whatever premium YouTuber, can you download and just download them onto disk or something onto a memory card or something? The videos. So I was thinking of that. Well, there's another option. It's $15 uh, for everything normal except the StreamYard logo doesn't go away. And I'm thinking of downgrading to that. Oh, cool. Okay, because yeah, I've got some things I can download onto. I've got some multi-gig. We got so many shows now. I can download some shows to the multi-gig memory sticks. Okay, I don't know how to do that. I don't know. Right, I wanna back 'em up before hoping to move on very soon to it has been hard to move stuff to Rumble. For some reason, they're not sending me they're supposed to send you, an email, and I'm not getting it to be able to just move your stuff over there. I'm not getting that email. So it's been a pain in the butt right now, and so I'm trying to figure out what I have to do to actually get things backed up to Rumble. Yeah, so living off faith, yeah, I know. How to download your karaoke from SingSnap. Yeah, I'm trying to figure that out too. I've got SingSnap and Carafun. Australians don't use woke wads. What's wads? Hey, Louis. Ta, how you doing? Well, speaking of carry pokey okey pokey, and you turn yourself around, that's what it's all about. So they say. I have found, though, that's a lie too. The hokey pokey is not what it's all about in this life. Yep. See, they taught us that the hokey pokey was what it's all about, but it's not. And I feel so betrayed. Okay. So here's the link if you want to come in. A little shop of horrors, okay. Show tunes. Okay. Göbekli Tepe. That'd be a good name. If I was gonna change my name, Göbekli Tepe, if I was a techie. It's all about turning yourself around. Oh, well, there you go, lady spellbreaker. Yeah, but do you have to put your right foot in and out and shake it all about? I don't know. Wow, a mushroom ceremony. They're allowed to have mushrooms where you are. I'm not yet. We're not yet here. Better not suck shirt. Ah, okay. Oh, shake your head all, but that's not what the instructions were, though. It was to put your right foot in and out and shake it all about, and then do the hokey pokey and turn yourself around. But you can turn yourself around. Now that I agree with, you can do that. And there is the link to come in if you want to say something. Richard the Red! Richard the Red. Hello. It's Richard the Red. I like saying it that way. Okay, so anyway, I found my tab and I hope it's charged up. Is my tablet charged up? Because if my tablet is charged up, if my tablet is charged up, then we can do karaoke. Because I don't know how to do it on my phone. Just my phone. The other partner dance you do in school? I don't remember. Okay. Let's see if I'm charged up and can do karaoke tonight. And we'll have a party. Party, and have guests in. Oh, that's cool. Duck, duck, goose. Oh, yeah. All right. Here we go. Somebody comes in, and it's Puck Elf. There you go. Trying to be socially presentable, are ya? Trying to be socially acceptable and all with the t-shirts.
There we go. Yep, we're back.
Okay. How you doing?
Yeah, well, I just woke up, and Australian shirts are what do they call them? Optional in Australia.
Even for ladies.
Where I come from, yeah, I grew up with hippies. We're having a big protest soon because one of the nude beaches are about to get closed up the road.
Ah, I see.
Yep.
Oh, the fires in Texas. Now there are fires in Texas. Oh, lovely.
Yeah, we got wild firestorms to the west and to the south of me at the moment.
So
like
people are
away.
having fires. Geez. Yeah, I was seeing in my head when I was looking at this month, I was seeing that there we're going to have all that. We're going to have fires, floods, storms.
Yeah. Grass fires are one of the worst because
All
those
kinds of things.
plains, the fire front is so broad, you're never going to be able to put it out. You just got to let it roll through, and all you can do is try and protect communities where you can.
Mm-hmm.
The fire front's
What is
big.
grass fires?
Yeah,
There's got to be a way if we can control, or yeah, if we can talk to storms, why can't we talk to grass fires? Fire is an elemental. There
Well,
may
how
be
about
a
we
way
talk
we
to
can
this?
talk to them. I just happened to think of that. Fire's
That's
an
a good idea.
elemental.
What? No, I don't have to talk to the fire, but I'm the blacksmith of the fire. I could probably talk to it, but I'm just going to
We'll
do a
talk
rain
to it.
dance.
Tell it
I'll
to miss your city. Tell it to miss
I'll
your.
tell it to behave itself, and I'll do a rain dance to put it out.
Hi, right.
Mm.
I don't need to dance to send rain. They just do it because they like me.
No, I've got a special dance where I use my magic stick and all that.
Oh, you use your
in a
magic
circle.
stick? Well, I've heard that one before.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
I've
Not
heard
that
all
magic
about the
stick.
magic stick
Not
before.
that magic stick. Yeah.
Oh, a different one.
Yeah.
All right. Well, okay. I'll trust you for a minute. Yeah.
Um,
So
here's another. Oh, sorry.
bring your own topic.
Oh, this is arts and crafts topic that I was fixing for someone. It's
Oh
a
yeah.
herb. It's a herb tobacco pouch they bought from Australia's most famous weed hippie town, and that's a place North New South Wales called Nimbin. And she went to a big hippie festival there when
Yeah.
she was a teenager and got her tobacco pouch up there. It was all fallen to bits after 25 years, and it smelt like butt sweat. It was gross. So it's been
Really?
cleaned, shampooed, and the zipper was broken. So I've sewed in a new zipper, and that was a pain because I had to do it from the inside out, from the backing through. Yeah, and so
So
I'm just gonna put some
you were
um
refurbishing somebody's
yeah, that's
uh,
basically it.
leather.
Go around and re-edge stitch all the daggy bits, re-dye the edging, give it a good shampoo and a press was the main thing. God, the water was filthy. So
Mm,
imagine a leather wallet that's been in someone's back pocket for 25 years. The amount of butt sweat on the thing. God, that's what it was
what?
like.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
well, that's what it's like cleaning the leather, but I'm used to that.
Mm, I hope you have gloves on.
Yeah, I'm just a bit of a caveman. I just wash my hands vigorously and make sure I wash my face as well in
Vigorously.
case.
Okay.
Yeah.
Uh, um, working on a poncho with sleeves. Lovely, off D.
Oh, I love it. I like sewing.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna go.
She's naughty knitter and hooker.
Oh, lovely.
She's a crotchety hooker.
I've always admired people that can do cross stitch. Not so. My nana was great at crochet and all that kind of stuff. Used to make
Yeah.
me things. But I love the pictures they do with the coloured threads. And you see the number chart code they've got, and they're looking at it like a game of bingo. And I don't know how they can figure that out and count the squares. Yeah.
The only problem is I can't go by patterns very well. I've tried, so I
Yeah.
have to make it up as I
Yeah.
go along.
I'm okay
I
with
have
hand
some kind of
embroidery.
thing in my head that I can't follow pattern charts very well.
Yeah, I'm not good with instructions either, but I like my art and like hand sewing little flowers into things using embroidery, and I'm good doing them by hand. But if I have to
Hmm.
try and yeah, I'm always
Well,
trying to
being good with
modify.
your hands is a very attractive trait.
Mm. I'm also ambidextrous with them because I have to do things left and right handed when
That's all right.
making mirror image blades.
I'm
So it's
also naughty. Yeah, I can do macrame, so I'm naughty. I'm
yeah,
a naughty.
macrame.
I'm a
That's
knitter, and I'm also a hooker. I mean, crocheter,
um. I got my nana.
crotchety.
I got my
Um,
nana's 1970s Woman Weekly Sewing Almanac Bible, the huge Woman's Weekly one from the 70s. I rescued it from the
oh,
bin
really?
after she passed away, so I'm just going to throw it out. And
Mm.
because I like crafting and making things, I just collect every reference book I can, even if I'm a young teenager and I'm not sewing at the moment because I'm male. Now I've been through that sewing book a million times, making outfits and tunics and cool knot work for things, and it's bloody handy.
Mm.
It's got a guide in it how to service a Singer sewing machine. And so I go and service my girlfriend's singers for them and that. I've got a bucket of spare
Mm.
parts, you know.
Oh, Richard the Red is 6'6". Well, drool,
That's a,
drool. And
that's a
Norse
big.
blood? My father was a full-blooded Dane. We're
Yeah,
descended from Norse.
I'm half Dane, half Scot.
And I
But
have some Scottish.
when the Scottish men all had the war against England, like the big one with Edward Longshanks, and a lot of the men died, the land ownership passes not to the eldest son in Scottish agrarian society, but it goes to the oldest family member, which is often the wife. And so the wives would remarry, and they married in a bunch of tall Danes with those huge Dane axes. And then we went and beat up the English a bit more for them. And so that's how us Danes got in Scotland.
Hmm. I see. See, well, the Danish and the Scottish come from two different sides. For me, the Danish comes from my dad. He's pure blooded. He was pure blooded. My mother had the Scottish with the Native American and the English, the Irish. So,
Yeah. I think mine goes back to around 16th or
so Cherokee took in everybody.
yeah, to be 17th century, and I'm just straight up just blonde Scottish intermixed ever since. You know, yeah, we're all just Danish
Mhm.
Scots. Yeah.
So I'm kind of a little bit of everything.
Never marry a McDonald. It's a joke. Being a Scottish person. The damn red kilters.
So Mossad, the label Christ the Terror. Yeah, quite sure that I'm pretty sure that the Biden would too.
What's the largest
Would
reservation in the
have
US?
Jesus being a terrorist, right?
Cherokee is the one with the largest reservation, or is that Navajo? Who's got the
That's
biggest one?
Navajo.
Right, yeah, and
But the Cherokees are doing okay for themselves.
encompass about 7 to 10 tribes of different groups and sects, from the Mesas to the Plateaus and stuff. Right, yeah, okay.
Yes, there's really it's far from homogenous group.
Yeah, I've got friends on Res from online, and they are not. Yeah, they're the Navajo ones, but they're not. They don't call themselves Navajo. They're a smaller tribe that's on that same group. You know, yeah. Oh, I could show Dolly my bow. She's talking about bow hunting. My new
Yeah, show her the bow.
Yeah, it's my setback recurve, and I make them out of native woods that I can get right outside my door just there. That's the kind of scrub, that back stuff that's like the grey sticks. That's called tea tree, like the tea tree oil. And it will keep the borers and bugs away from your equipment too, making your bows out of that stuff. Here we go. And so I'm always trying to make them more powerful and shorter to get away from longbows, because I like small hunting bows. And so from the bottom
that's the thing I
about
hate
that
about.
tall on me, and I'm spot on 6 foot. So this is about 5.5 feet, and it's got a full 32-inch draw, and it's about 63, 65 pounds. And I've steamed it at the center and then pushed it forward because it had a natural kink here coming forward. And so I've just steamed this one. And so now it's got that nice Elven capital B shape. And I don't use arrow rests either. I just shoot off my knuckles with real feathers. But yeah, I don't want to. I've got a bad back at the moment, and this one's
Great,
too
now
powerful
I've
for
got
me.
to break into
I'm gonna
my
make
own
another one because I
damn.
just broke my bloody 35-pounder, just like you were saying. My 35-pounder was great just for ducks with the dog. You only have to shoot them from 20 feet away with a blunt arrow, you know, just to stun them. And then, yeah. And yes, I've been making. My dad was a scout from his childhood in Sydney, and his mother was Scottish, and he did scouts, and they learnt to make English U-bows back in the old days in their scouts. And so ever since I was a little kid, he taught me to make his style of bows out of the woods we've got in our bush. And I've just kept the torch alive ever since my father passed away. And I just keep doing it. And it's just part of my childhood, is making bows and arrows. It's something I'll always do as a hobby. Yeah. And because I make swords and stuff, I think swords are for crazy people. You know, having a sword duel, everyone's going to die. You're better off using your spear or your bow, you know. So
I like my sword cane though.
Sword canes are cool because no one knows you got one.
Yeah.
And it's just like, and then you don't know. No, it just fell over. No, keep
yes, and it's dragon headed as well.
Yeah, I want to make,
It's a dragon headed sword cane. I love that.
You know them fancy British officers, how they have their snazzy swizzle stick that they tuck under their arm, and they walk around and they're like, "Tut tut, care not to tarry, gents." and he's walking along, like slapping the tank. Oh, you're a good old Bessie. You know, the nobles, so they got their fancy stick. I want to make a snazzy stick that's got a little sword cane in it. And so you walk around all dressed up in your vests, and everyone thinks you're a ponce, but you're actually armed to the teeth. You know?
Yeah, it'd be nice to have a walking, like a staff. Instead of just a walking cane, it'd be nice to have a staff. Maybe not a very tall one, but
Yeah,
to not confuse yourself, but a staff.
I got tons of magic sticks. Here's the one that I call.
Oh, I used to carry a staff around all the time, even on the bus. People kind of worried
And
about
that's the
that. But
same wood as my bows, and that was the
hey,
big root
Woo
bowl.
and
And I
Pooh,
just
how you
cut all the
doing?
roots off and wrapped a vine around it. And yeah, she's so dense, this wood. She'll wallop a wolf, the wolf stick.
Mm.
And it goes with the
Well,
Scottish thing, the shillelagh.
Heather, do you want to come in? You want me to throw the link again? You can come in if you want, dear. You come up here if you want.
Yep, come save her from me, because I'll just rant the same crap that I always do.
No, it's okay.
At least I'm consistent
We
with my
haven't. Well, you
rantings.
do here, so you can rant the same crap for a while. We don't mind. You can like change it after a while, but we haven't heard all the stories yet. So
Yeah, well, it just keeps coming up. Everyone's always, show me your bow. It's like, I'll show it again.
show me your bow. I've got a didgeridoo right over there. I've got to ease it out of there though. It's kind of buried, half buried right now.
I went skits at someone recently about didgeridoos, but I won't get into it with you now.
Hello, huh?
But yeah, it's a bit of a story, but yeah, it's just the way that they were dissing the whole culture, and it's like, yeah, okay, and I was just having a mood that day, yeah.
Hello, Elderberry.
Turn my volume up. Well, I just talked through the head cam mic. She'll have to turn me up, I think. I don't know if I can turn.
I can't do it either. I can't do it from here.
I can. There we go. How's that?
But I can hear you just fine, so I don't know what's the problem over there. Maybe he needs to turn it up.
Yeah, I just did. Is that better? Test.
I can hear you. I could hear you before, though.
Okay, okay. Everyone says good. Thank you. Yeah. It might have been something to do with the way it linked into YouTube and not you, yeah.
Okay, well, Derek says it's good now. So
yeah, I did find an option in StreamYard settings. Yeah, I just don't have StreamYards myself, so I've never played with it much.
Now I've got to hack into my own damn tablet.
Yeah, good luck. Yeah.
Fuck.
I hate that when I can't remember a password, but then I'll sit down and have a beer and a joint, and I'll totally forget about trying to remember it. And then I'm like, if you force yourself. Yeah, I'm in the van life, Dolly. This is the caravan. It needs a lot more work. Main thing is it all works at the moment. I got me dual zone fridge. I've got another dedicated freezer out the front. That's a 12 volt. I got me little oven and gas burners. And I love to cook and stuff. I just want to extend my bench top.
Yeah. They think they're doing something helpful by insisting that we have a password on these things, when this is never going anywhere except my own home.
God, I hated Windows. What was the new update? We had to go from 7 to Windows 10. God, I hate Windows 10. Oh, you have to log in with Google to use your Windows key. And I was like, no, I don't. Go away. And so I still got to figure out how to de-Google all that crap, but it's just built into it now. Every time I de-Google it and it does a system update on Windows, it's all just installing itself back in. I'm done fighting it.
Finally!
What's the celebration moment, Derek? He's having a cigar at the moment. Did the Kings win at baseball?
No, he's having a cigar.
Yeah, cigars are for celebration, aren't they? Did the kids win at baseball?
Well, it depends. I know some people who don't wait for that.
I used to work at the corner store, and we're open late, and we're like the latest thing open in town during like the quiet midweek days. And I had to make the boss go get fucking cigars, like individually wrapped ones, just to sell like the odd one. Because the amount of people I'd get coming in at midnight saying, "Oh, my wife's having a baby. Do you sell a cigar?" And I'm like, "Dude, no, actually." And yeah, I ended up getting a few, and then I flogged them off and made a bit extra cash for the till. I just counted it as store shit and upmarked it like we normally would. And then the boss is like, "All right, we're going to start buying some now."
Oh no. So you leave it unactive for a while and it goes again. What should have put it in? You know, who are you saving me from? Myself. They're saving me from myself, I guess. Now there's a system update. Honestly. So anyway, how are you doing in the village?
Yeah, great. Yeah, I went in this morning. It's just me in the village. That's what I call my town.
Oh, Powerball. Hmm. I should I should play the lottery. I've been lucky lately.
Oh, yeah, I do.
I haven't had a cigar in a while. I had a friend that used to every now and then give me a cigar. I haven't had one in a while.
I've only ever tried one once, I think. Normally, I'm just like rolling up the greens.
Well, they make you stink, so, you know.
Yeah, and I smoke like a chimney anyway. I'm not fussed about smell. Smells like a man. Cigarettes, whiskey, and leather.
Huh. Oh, you've got a turtle talk.
Oh, so this is for my fun live stream later
Hmm.
when I have a few more beers and there's no one live. I got a whole bunch of
I
instant
see.
scratchies, and
Mary wins.
and then I pick one, and then the chat picks one, and so we just take turns picking one, and it's just something to talk about instead of me venting crap about real life. I can swear at the tickets when I lose. It's funny.
So
Stream.
so basically you get tickets and scratch them on the show.
Yeah, I just do a live stream, get drunk, have beers, talk to the chat, and then they can listen to me swear at me losing money.
Over here we do karaoke.
Yeah, I've listened to your karaoke. I'll sing along with you.
Or we do something like that. No, you're welcome.
Yeah, I'll add you on SingSnap. I'll have to send you an email with contact details. Yeah. I'll write my SingSnap name down and we'll do a duet or something. I'm down for that.
Sun, Mercury, and Sun, Mercury, and so why don't you come in and tell us, Heather? Just come in and tell us about it. You don't have to show yourself. You can put an avatar up there. We don't care. We're pretty nice about it. I think I'm pretty nice to the guests here. I let them on for as long as they want most of the time. And just.
And I can talk to anyone about anything. I can waffle and garbage. Yep.
Right, me too. I'm one of those people that can socialize.
Yeah, so and that's when you asked about our house, the village. I was going to say, oh, great. Actually, I went down to pick up my new script before, and you got to wait 10 minutes while they do the government checks and stuff. And I just bought smokes in the supermarket. And then the young chick was coming out. She walked all the way around the back and hit at the back steps. And she's sitting there having a little cup of noodles by herself. And I'm like, ah. And so I had to get up and go talk to her just for 10 minutes. Yeah. We went halves in a sausage roll.
I mean, you can hear me, but you can't see me. Hello.
So you can hear you.
Hi. Yeah, you're on. Can't see you, though.
I'm in the dark.
She's in the dark.
I like it in the dark.
Okay.
I think there's some song lyrics in the dark, but I just had a brain fart.
Well,
Oh,
I'm not staying that long because I'm just chilling. It's been a hard time lately.
Oh,
But
sorry to hear
I'm
that.
sorry.
thank you. It's gonna get
What
Sounds like
better.
you've been under
happened?
the weather.
My mom had kidney stones removed, and she's got a
Oh,
big hematoma on her kidney now. It's three and a
Oh,
half
oh,
inches.
it's not infected or anything, is it? It's just like a blood thing. A
Yeah, it's like a
hematoma is like a giant bruise, blistery
yes,
cyst, isn't it? Yeah.
yes, yeah.
And it could get in. Okay, yeah. So not infected yet, but it's
So
there.
she
Okay.
can't do a lot right now. So
Yeah.
I'm doing what I can.
no.
Anti-inflammatories. Yeah, that's it. Only
Well,
ibuprofen.
we can send some energy her way.
That would be wonderful. Thank you,
Everybody, what is her name?
Betty.
Betty. All right, let's send some energy to Betty. I mean, we're not without abilities here. We can do
I
that.
just sent Betty some moonstone energy. I got to look at when this eclipse is because it needs a recharge soon. It's getting low. I use it too much lately.
Trying to find some configuration that looks good, but well, maybe that's not too bad. But anyway, um, here we go. All right. And I'm intending that whatever needs to be healed there is healed. And whatever powerful and good being that wants to help in this project is welcome. If you're good and wise and want to help, and I would say so. Let that stream go right to wherever it needs to go
Someone was
to
just
get the
asking what
job
type of
done.
crystal this is, and this is a natural quartz crystal. And I live on a blue granite belt that's high in gold, silver, copper, and real high crystalline quartzy granite. And this is like a piece of the pure quartz crystal that's in the granite.
Ooh,
And this came out of the ground when they were excavating to build the houses on the property. And so that's just a
that is
natural
a
rock from under the
nice
ground. So,
sized
yeah.
chunk there.
Yeah, and I love the shape of it too. I want to get like
It is nice.
a root
It's
bulb
a
like Miss.
tabby.
Yeah, I want to get
That's
a root.
called a tabular shape.
I want to get
When
like a
it,
root bulb like Miss Shillelagh and steam and wrap the roots around it like a big druid war hammer.
yeah.
Yeah, and it can be my like dispelling, my mace of dispelling. Be gone with you. I love Warcraft Paladins and
Nice
video
of
game stuff.
dispelling.
Yeah, my favorite weapon in Warcraft, the look of everything was this giant crystal on the end of this big pole arm. And my paladin, you still want things with it, so I want to make one. Yeah. By the power of Anastarian!
Yes. Oh, yes. Everybody is giving you their blessings. Look at that. Everybody is sending their blessings. All right, because that's the kind of people we are here. We look out for one another.
So is Heather Lady Spellbreaker, is she? I'm new here, so okay.
Her name is Heather,
Yeah,
Heather
okay.
Dawn. So, yeah, Heather Dawn has been through some hard things. So, she was, you were going to be on, you're going to be on to tell us about the astrology, dear. It's bad, I guess that's the bad things that happened, huh? Yeah, we had her scheduled and didn't work out. So it's okay. You've just had some really rough life stuff going on. Yeah, I went through a period where I was just losing everybody, and that was no fun at all. So,
So I found all my runes books. I'll do some quick rune throws for people whenever I'm live. If you ever
ooh,
catch me,
oh wow,
I just
I
do like a
have
4 throw. Yeah.
I have a bag of runes, but I don't have any. I don't have the I don't have the information yet. I remember a few, but yeah, I need to get some kind of a
This
runes
this
book again. I haven't found my book on runes.
this new print by Jonathan D is great. It's got some of the best visuals in it with really short descriptions, so you don't get bogged down in all the myth and legend. It just says this rune represents like your sunset, your wild horses, and it gives you a bit of an old poem and then a bit of a breakdown. But it's just only 2 pages, and the pictures in it are great. Whereas these ones are just kind of boring to do online. No one wants to really look at this stuff, you know. Anyway, for people.
Well, you know what? And the thing is that I have been really sleepy too, off and on. I'll get up and get a little bit done, get something to eat, and crash. I need my naps these days. It's like um, sometimes I feel like I'm being fried. I get into the shower. It helps a lot if you're
Yeah,
feeling like you're being fried.
I'm a Pisces, and so
Get in the
water over
water.
the head will always like make you feel a million times better. Washes away the
Hmm.
filth of life, you know.
Hmm.
Plunge me into a pond, and I feel a million times better coming out.
Oh God, you know what I miss? I miss going to the clothing optional places and swimming naked.
Yeah,
I tried to
yeah.
swim naked around here and got in trouble.
I grew up doing that. Like I was saying,
I got in trouble.
we're gonna go for a drive for about an hour, me and friends, and protest with the locals up the road because they're trying to close the nudist beach, man. I was like, no, we're South Coast hippies, man. We grew up fucking without clothes till we were 10. Sorry, swearing, Australianisms.
What the Delphi murders? An Odinist cult leaving rune branches in the bodies. Yikes! That's heavy.
Yeah. I'm a heretic cultist, 100%.
Oh dear.
Yeah. The Emperor is displeased. Please
Oh,
resume your heresy. They're just Warhammer
wow.
quotes, video games. Yeah, I grew up with. I'm actually the only white fella I know in my tribe that was inducted at 13-year-olds with the other black kids in the Yuan tribe, and so I'm actually like a proper, totally not blood, but indoctrinated Yuan, or inducted, not indoctrinated. But then my parents were hippies too, and then everyone like they couldn't keep clothes on me till I was 10. Everyone was running around in the nude, jumping in the water hole and swinging off the rope swings and stuff. The rule was if you ever see like somewhat adult coming near you and they got a boner, fucking run. That was about it. And I never saw
Mm.
that either. Never had any problems.
Tattoo a bathing suit. Ah, yeah.
Oh,
That
there was
worked.
you know how they do those gym videos with a hot gym chick with the butt and she films herself just to like get men in trouble? This one woman walked into the gym with painted on pants, like literally bottomless. But she painted them on and she's arguing with the staff because they're kicking her out and they're saying, you can't do this. And she's talking about my rights and stuff. And she's going to film herself. I was like, what are you doing? My
Well, you're
God.
gonna get stuff all over the equipment.
We don't need you don't need your filthy fish market all over the the
Yeah. Well, you know what? This is the thing about clothing optional places. Usually they run around with these little sarongs so
Yeah,
that they can sit down without burning their bum on whatever, on a rock
I
if
rock a
they're sitting
sarong.
down
I actually had mine ready in case it's too hot. I can
and
wrap mine around.
spreading juices all over the place.
Yeah, this is my sarong. I had that ready
Mhm.
in case if it
Ah,
got
you
too.
know what I think about sarongs is really they're so right.
Yeah, like all
I
Pacific,
like running around in a sarong all day. It's very
everyone in
relaxing.
Pacific Islanders wears them, and it's a surfer thing, And people have stopped wearing them lately, but I just got back to town after being away for a few years. I'm bringing the sarongs back, and now everyone's wearing them again. They're like, all right, Elfo's weird. He's broken the weirdness. We can do it too now.
Yeah, in a gym. Exactly, Kitty. It's like, what?
At least
Bet
we're
you
in
went right for
G-strings.
the
That's cool.
bikes, right? He probably did. Or what? No, I'm betting that she went right for the one where your legs are going this way, right?
That'd be the one, yeah.
That'd be the one she would be going for
Oh, this is so
to do
fun.
a TikTok.
Something I always thought would be like really funny, like new agey, like Star Child merch, like all the Woo merch. That's what I mean. And I always said someone needs to market those yoga pants, but have a design of Hollow Earth on it. And so
Mhm.
it's just like this butt with a Hollow Earth design. It says Shambhala or Agartha or something.
It,
Yeah.
it's a toroidal field. See,
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that'd be hilarious, right? And nerds would get it,
it
and people
would.
into
It
the
would be
woo.
like,
Yeah,
yeah. It's a toroidal field, just like our bodies.
yeah.
Okay.
Your magnetic field, like, or whatever, underpants with like the Earth's magnetic field on them. It's like my ley lines, bro. You can do so many funny things like that. Like, I love innuendo jokes. And so I always thought, yeah. Or Mel's Hole.
No, innuendo. No, never mind.
Me, yeah, I know. Yeah. Or,
Okay.
the other idea for the yoga pants was Mel's Hole. The woo story of Mel's Hole.
All right.
The
Who
bottomless
doesn't?
pit. It's
Who
like, yeah.
doesn't know the story of Mel's Hole?
I know. I thought that'd be
Well,
hilarious if
it's
someone,
rather personal, isn't it?
yeah,
No, it's not really.
if someone marketed some like woo geeky nerdy Mel's Holes panties or something. God, I reckon they'd sell.
Oh my God, yeah. You know it would. I should do that. I should do that. We should do that. We should. That's how we make our millions to make our village. Odinism. It's not supposed to be about white supremacy and murdering girls. You know what? I don't think it is either, my dear. But somehow somebody took it that way. But they need some kind of controversy like that because look at how things are going in the world. It's like they need all the distractions they can get. So shit like that's going to be in the news. Yeah. Neo Odins. Hmm. Well, interesting. They logged you out. That's not very nice. Um,
Yeah, like
yeah,
Neo
historical
Neo.
account.
Yeah, there's like a cult of Neo Odinism, big in
Yeah.
Germany, Scandinavia, Northern Europe, and they're the
Uh,
big dudes you'll see that'll get together like the Fourth Reich, and they will just go around and just bash migrants and stuff. And they do wear runes and stuff and call themselves like Odin's Fist or something. And they give the whole Viking thing a trash name, but runes really have nothing to do with it, like they're just tacking on to what the Nazis did by, repossessing the swastika from India or using the SS runes from Viking stuff. They stole symbolism from everywhere. And so they're just jumping on the bandwagon of the Nazis and whatever little Viking symbols they used, which wasn't too many.
yeah, because I don't really remember. You know, this is a funny thing. Vikings used to have a kind of a strange name, especially among black people. It meant somebody, filthy, dirty, whatever. But then I explained to a few of them how, my dear, how exactly is that working? Isn't it weird that, Denmark is one of those places that's exceptionally clean? I
It's
mean,
funny
they
how.
wash the sidewalks and the roads
Did you know every
daily.
Viking was buried with a comb on their belt? Yes.
I mean, excuse me. Excuse you, actually.
Also, another good one is that when the Dutch came in to stop Arab slavers in Africa, the
Countess,
the African people wanted to emulate their Dutch saviors, and so they started braiding their hair because the Dutch taught them how to braid hair. So there's some cultural appropriation for you
that's right. They're culturally appropriating us.
when they whinge about people having
Called the
cornrows.
Dutch braid for a
Yeah, that's
reason.
right. So they learnt that from the Vikings in Africa in the old times, and they go, "What the fuck? I don't know history. You're just a white colonist." You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry,
But it'll
swearing
be the
again.
same person that'll be there sitting there with blonde Dutch braids, a blonde weave braided. It's like, excuse you, who's
Mhm.
appropriating who?
Yeah.
Yeah, and what is her name? That little whatever that's on it's on one of the news shows, and she's always got that little tiny bit of blonde hair on top. I can't remember her name, but she's
Is she right?
uh,
Is she a Trumper or a
came
CNN
to
crazy
find
one?
out. No, she's an anti. She's an anti-Trumper,
Okay.
and the thing is, half of these people they didn't even have anything. Their families didn't even have anything to do with the slave trade. Like I think it was maybe her, or another famous big mouth that they found out that they never came here. Their family never came here through the slave trade. They didn't go through the slave trade at all. They didn't go through that. The biggest mouths are usually the ones that didn't. That you look and you find out. The
Well,
other one,
sorry.
her family got here a different way. They migrated here intentionally. They did that themselves. They weren't slaves ever. So come on. I mean, okay, and that was a long time ago too, folks, because if I was mad at everything, then my Irish ancestors, I should be mad because they were indentured servants. And indentured
That's what I
servants
was
were
about to
treated like
say.
slaves.
All you have to do is turn around and say, "I'm not a white colonist. F you. I'm Scottish. They spent 1,000 years longer messing me up, and then we got over it. So you can too."
Right. If all, I mean, the Egyptians enslaved the Israelites, and everybody, Rome enslaved everybody, and I mean, everybody's been, and then some of them try to say they're Egyptian. Oh, we're Egyptian. And
Oh,
it's like,
don't get me started on that. The kingdom of Kush is not Egyptians. The Hittites to the south are not Egyptians. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I do ancient history. Yeah, I don't like this Cleopatra
it's,
thing that they
it's
did.
like, come on now. Come on
Well,
now.
they just offended all of Egypt. Yeah, they just wanted to stick it to the white man and make Cleopatra black, but they didn't think that you're actually stepping on Middle Eastern and brown people doing that. You know.
Yeah, well, that's just it. If you're constantly running around looking to be butthurt about something, you will find something to be butthurt about. But is that really how you want to spend your life? I mean, really? Is a victim with a victim mentality all your life? I don't recommend it. I really don't. It's like there's so many people that have pulled themselves up from poverty. My grandmother was very poor. Now, it's funny because my father came from wealthy people, but they came over here, I guess, to get poor no, he had a really good job. My mother and him both had jobs. They had money for a while, but bad things happened where they were living and the factories closed. They were working, making a really good living. And
The abandonment of the American manufacturing belt, I think, is one of the greatest tragedies in the West that's happened since World War II.
and so, well, thank you. Yeah.
The amount of industrial manufacturing technology you guys invented with like industrial stamping, and that's how cars no longer have big gaps between the body panels. It's because you guys made better machines, lathes, or you invented the tech, and they just went and sold it to China and said make it for cheaper labor. And I just think that's a dick move.
Well, I know that around here when they shut down Quaker Oats, Akron, which is where I was born, and my family settled near there. That was really one of the biggest industries. And then, of course, we had rubber, we had coal.
Whereabouts in the US are you for rubber?
I'm Ohio.
And are they native trees or have they been planted in and it's a plantation of rubber there that just grows well?
Oh, no, we don't. We make
I've
tires.
never heard of North American rubber plantations.
We don't grow rubber. We make tires. We made.
Oh,
made
right, yeah, petroleum rubberized. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Mhm.
Synthetic rubber. Yeah.
So, the steel belted radials, we have BF Goodrich, we have Goodyear, right down in Akron. You go to Cleveland, you go
And
to.
these are manufacturing places where they're building the products, right?
Right, where they're actually manufacturing, where
they're employing everyone, right? Yeah, okay.
And up in Cleveland, now it was really funny because I hadn't been to that part of Cleveland since I did when I was a little kid, but we were traveling to some gig or other that we had to get to, and I had fallen asleep before the performance to get a little bit of rest. And I was in the back seat, and I look out the windows. I'm smelling something that smells bad, sulfurous. And I'm looking out the windows, and all I'm seeing all around is smoke and flames. And I'm like, because the angle is kind of low, and I'm looking, holy crap, where are we? I get up, I'm like half asleep. It's like, where the hell are we? Did we drive right into hell? What, the fire and brimstone? What the hell is this? He said, no, we're over the flats.
That's why I ended up van life, and I'm like, I'm sitting this clown world out at this point. I'm just going to take a break till the asteroid comes, and I'll be fishing by the river. Yeah. I've had enough. I can't put up with it.
We can't replicate the buildings. See, that's just it. Oh, the Egyptians, they built the pyramids. They're not building them now, are they? Are they still building them? No, they're not.
Do you want to hear a crazy modern analogy?
Well, they didn't build them.
Do you want to hear the craziest modern analogy of what it takes to move a megalithic rock? The Californian Museum of Natural History recently installed a 375-ton rock as a single piece that they got from the next state over, just across the border, like where it's close to California, maybe, I don't know. I don't think it's Texas or whatever, but it's somewhere around there. And on modern roads with modern custom trucks and all these machines and buying the roads to move this rock along an actual industrialized path, it costs them $10 million to move the rock about 100 miles. When in ancient times they were moving these things from
they were moving a bunch of them somehow, right?
Ages away, right? And they're way bigger than 350 tons. And so $10 million in today's money to move a single rock that's not even as impressive as these ancient ones. And then imagine getting it to the site and then telling someone, right, cut that giant rock to this exact shape and then put it in place. And that'd cost you another $10 million. And so if someone today wanted to just start putting down a foundation slab for some of these things, it'd cost you $20 million for a smallish rock. It's like, wow. That gives you perspective, right?
Right. And that's why I call bullshit. I mean, you're telling me that people who are riding around on camels right this minute built the freaking pyramids at some point in their history.
Yeah. My,
Uh, I'm sorry, but
I could waffle about this for hours, but I'd say that I reckon a lot of the biggest things that are the lowest and deepest, all the biggest stuff. And I think that was already there. And there might have been a ruined pyramids and stuff because it doesn't look like the same work as the inside as the outside. And I
right.
reckon the Egyptians came along and recased them to make them look friggin' awesome again. And they found this culture, and they're basically a cargo cult. And then their kings started emulating this ancient advanced culture to say, oh, we look like them and we've restored their thing. And so we are now the gods of this thing. And I literally think Egyptians are a cargo cult that came along
Well,
maybe
when we
post Ice Age and found it all. And I reckon it's been there for, I reckon, at least
when we
15,000
looked
years.
at when we remote viewed, and it was just get granted it was remote viewing, so we don't have little cameras in our third eye
Yeah,
to,
you can't confirm, but I'd like
beam
to
it
know what
back
you
to you,
saw.
but
Yeah.
what we're seeing, but what we saw non-humans there, as well as humanoid looking people, and as well as floating platforms. So they had anti-gravity, absolutely they did. So we remote viewed that, and of some of them were humanoid, but obviously not human.
And is it remote viewing the past or remote viewing the underground labyrinth there
It
now?
was the past at this point.
Okay, right. Yeah.
We did some viewing of the underground, especially at the Antarctica, and some of us refused to ever do that again because I guess there are levels in Antarctica that you don't want to see.
What's that? The Darrow and the Drow and yeah, friggin' rock elves and shit. Yeah, not good.
So, yeah, I guess Antarctica was different for different people. Some people saw a very good side of it, saw the up above, it looked like the up above part, but some people went down underneath it. And I went to a rather interesting place that I'd seen before. And it was when somebody had told me where I'm like, oh my gosh, this is what they were talking about. Because it was one of the people who had shapeshifted in front of my eyes. I've had shape shifting people, just do their, but it's to my third eye, not to my, they'll shapeshift in front of you and you'll see it with your third eye. It's not physical. And I think that happens sometimes, is that sometimes it's so strong. People think they're picking it up with their physical, with their these eyes, but actually,
Mine just shuts off and closes as soon as I leave my forest vicinity. I don't want that energy impregnating me. Like I'm just like, I'll just wall off and become like a wall of like obsidian as soon as I'm outside my like forest zone of where I know I'm comfortable. Like if I go to too many towns away in the distance and I don't know what's going on or what that mountain is, I'm like, nah, blinders on, not doing it.
They found a load of gold in the center of Stonehenge. Whoa, and people have been checking that out for years and years. Well, how did that happen suddenly?
I don't know. I think that's a pretty obvious place looters would check. If I was going to stash gold, I wouldn't put it in the center of something super impressive.
Yeah, that's kind of odd.
I'd put it under the crap rock over there in the background. Yeah.
Okay, Richard the Red, have sweet dreams, I hope. And dream well and dream big. And remember that you are divine.
Good night, Richard. And say good day to your brother Eric for me.
Mm-hmm.
Eric the Red was a famous Viking, by the way.
So we can sit here and argue about it, but honestly, we had a lot going on in this planet, and I think that we have just been told we've been just fed nothing but bullshit the whole time.
Well, even when I do anthropology and fossil record stuff, and everyone can point to it and say, yes, there's gaps. Of course there is. There's only a minute % chance something will ever get preserved, and we're only ever going to see 5% of the record. And all we can do is make an inferred logical guess.
Thank you so much, Derek. Because, but you know what? After a while, I did too. I gave up on that. I, I'm sorry. I go in now and then to say hi to people, but
Pretty much
not
the
my.
same here.
It's some of these places. I just go in to say hi once in a while, see who's still there. A lot of people. A lot of times, there's a big changeover. All of the old people are gone. Happens all the time. Happens all the time. Um, and yeah, I think we've got a nice group here. I think we've got people that I actually want to talk to. I actually want to hear from them too.
Oh, do you
I
want to?
actually,
Sorry.
no, go
Just
right ahead.
before we get too far away from the pyramids, do you want to hear my theory about the labyrinth under the pyramids and how I
Yeah,
say that
sure.
there must have been lots of stuff there that's that heavy stuff. We can prove that the Egyptians couldn't bloody move with what they've got drawn down. They weren't moving that. They were recasing something and renovating and things, I reckon. But
Well, didn't they take the casing stones off? The casing stones were
in
originally.
later cultures that like once the Arabs conquered the Egyptians and they became Muslim, they didn't give a stuff about the old pantheon, so they just quarried the whole fucking thing for hundreds of years to build the city of Cairo. You know, like the Muslims destroyed the gates of Babylon, right? They renovated them. You know, I mean, they don't give a stuff about history. The sand Arabs on their camels have been barbarians for 10,000 years, invading cultures ever since the days of Babylon, the walled cities of Samaria. Why do you think they needed a big wall to be civilized? Because they're all bloody barbarians. You know,
Wall to be civilized, yeah.
yeah. And anyway, so what I think
You
that
bloody
massive
barbarians.
I'm not specifically Christian, so I don't hate them because of their religion. I just don't like barbarians, and they've got 10,000 years of being nasty people. You know,
Yeah,
never forget
and we're not
Constantinople.
saying Bavarians. It's not like Bavarian cream. Barbarian cream is entirely different.
Bavarian's delicious.
Barbarian cream is actually
Yeah.
pretty good.
So my theory is that big labyrinth that Homer and all the early Arab scholars and stuff talked about that were under the pyramid, and they said this giant labyrinth was like the mines of Moria with carved pink granite and libraries written in stone on the wall of thousands of years of history and stuff. And well, about 3,000 years ago, Alexander the Great got slain, and his empire was the last ones, like the Ptolemaics, to conquer Egypt, or maybe before Ptolemaics. Can't remember which period it was, but his generals fought over where his body funeral procession was going to end up, and two armies fought and diverted his procession into Egypt. And then the Egypt ruler that was put in place by Alexander, his own general, claimed the kingship of the empire, and he stashed Alexander somewhere in Egypt. And I reckon if Alexander the Great was going to get put anywhere, they would have shoved him in that library labyrinth under the pyramid, because he was one of the greatest gods embodied on earth in the ancient world ever. And I think the modern reason they've made the dam and flooded the water table under the Pyramid Valley, so you can't excavate down into the labyrinth anymore. You hit the water table now because they built the dam, and I reckon they've done that to protect the ancient body of Alexander the Great. Because actually, real people actually believe he's
Or
like the
to
true
cover
son
up
of God on
whatever
earth.
they wanted to cover. Usually, when they're damming something up and flooding something, they're covering something up.
Well, I think Alexander's the most relevant modern political figure that could be under there. And when it comes to ancient knowledge, yeah, maybe, sure, hide that, but people would definitely still be fighting over Alexander to the amount they'd fight over the body of Jesus today if someone claimed they had it. You know, it'd be that
Yeah,
level of fighting. Yeah.
probably. Well,
There's a lot of people in the Mediterranean world actually look to Alexander as Jesus, and people just don't see that. You know.
what? I didn't never heard of that. Really?
Yeah, he was the first son of God on earth, the son of Kronos.
Well, isn't that interesting? Ah, Auto tuning. What? Auto
Anyway, that
tune cats. Can you imagine the Kifness? You know about the Kifness, right?
I'm
He's
not
the one
sure.
who did Lonely Cat.
Oh, I've never heard of the name, and I was going to say I don't know this
The
bird, Kifness.
Kifness.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I've heard the songs. Yeah,
So they've been musicians for God knows how long and done all this stuff, and yet nobody hardly knew, and yet people still don't, some don't know. But the internet hardly knew who they were until he decides to auto tune a cat,
that'll be right. Yeah,
Lonely
just
Cat.
something viral. Yeah, and it just
And
takes
I'm
off.
like,
And
wow, can you imagine? Because I'm a musician, I'm a singer, and the whole your whole, everybody know, and you've got all of this body of work, but people come up to you and say, "Oh yeah, Lonely Cat," right? And it's like, yeah, Lonely Cat. you know, it- that's all anybody remembers of your whole existence is that you made Lonely Cat and possibly a couple of the others. Um, Alexander the Great was a great leader. Well, I guess that's why they called him great. Maybe I don't know. um, leave the army to stop and document botany.
yeah, one of his
Okay.
teachers growing up was Aristotle, and he taught him about the importance of documenting the natural world. And this was like with the start of the age of like ancient Greek reason. And so Alexander would like find some new medicinal plant in a new land, and he'd stop and have to document all the locals' things, what they use it for, the tinctures, draw the flower, sample some seeds or whatever, get some dried herb, and he had like a little caravan kit, and he was going to take it back to his teachers back in Macedonia and Greece when he conquered the world. And that's because he built the libraries of Alexander. That's just what he was like. He was a genius guy, you know. Yeah.
You want to do some karaoke?
Yep. And I can just look up the song on YouTube and words, and you can just count me in, and we'll try and click it at the same time, I guess.
Okay. But we can't play it at the same time. It'll be out of sync and it'll sound weird.
Is there any way you? Yeah. See, it's hard doing it over lives. We did figure out a
I
way to
know.
do it. I got to remember how to do it. And I think we
Especially
had.
since there's a little bit of a delay, but we can try.
I think the way me and friends did it is we had a Discord call to each other, and then one
Can you
person
do Under
spoke.
Pressure?
Under pressure. That's David Bowie, isn't it?
Right. I'll do Freddie's part because that's the part that goes up to the rafters if you want.
All right. I'll bring up some lyrics, and I should be able to skip it to your sound. And if it's just too far off, we'll just can it or whatever.
It's an experiment.
Under pressure, Queen lyrics, David Bowie, Freddie. Yeah, I cried when David Bowie was.
Yeah, well, that's good because David Bowie is one of my spirit guides, love.
Oh yeah, like I say,
My-
Labyrinth's Never-Ending Story and Dark Crystal was the three most impactful movies on my childhood. And I've got the most hilarious story about David Bowie if you want to hear it.
Sure. Go right ahead.
So I'm just like a 10 and a
Oh,
12-year-old. I'm like a 10 and 11-year-old watching The Labyrinth, right? And I'm just this little hippie kid, and I'm just like, oh, that evil witch lady's scary and ugly looking. And then my babysitter, because I thought David Bowie was like, because he's got the makeup and the huge, like, Susie Quantrill hair and stuff. And my mum was a 70s rocker, and, like, he looked a bit like me mum. And so I thought he was. Goodness. Yeah, so I thought he was an evil witch. And then my girlfriend, and then the babysitter, who's about 16 years old and got her hormones and that, she's just like, that's not a woman. Look at his balls. And I'm like a 10-year-old, and my mind just goes.
Parents should have tipped you off, my friend.
Yeah, well, being a 10-year-old, you're not looking at the bulge in his pants. You just don't think about it. And then the 16-year-old girl's just like, look at his balls. And my 10-year-old brain just goes.
Girl is going to notice that.
And I'm like, what? That's a man. And so, yeah, that's like the funny story about David Bowie when I realized he was a dude watching The Labyrinth when I was 10.
You ready? Have you got the lyrics?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Can you guys hear? La-la, la-la, that's okay.
Ba-da-ba-da,
Doo-doo-da-da,
ba-da-da-ba,
doo-doo-da-da,
ba-da-ba,
doo-doo-da-da,
ba-da-da-ba.
da-da-da. Pressure,
Pressure
pressing down,
pushing down on me,
pressing
pressing
down on
down
you.
on
No
you.
man has
No,
fall.
I'm
Under
under
pressure,
pressure.
pressure
That brings a building
puts the
down,
family
puts a
in two,
family in two,
puts
puts
people on
people
street.
on the streets.
Da-da-da-da,
Ba-da-ba-ba,
da-da-da-da,
ba-da-ba-ba,
da-da-da-da,
ba-da-ba-ba.
da-da-da-da. That's okay.
That's
Your
okay,
part.
it's the fear of knowing what this world is about.
Watching some good
Watching some
friends
good
scream,
friends
let
screaming,
me
let
out.
me out.
And tomorrow,
Right
take
tomorrow,
me
get me
higher. People on
high. That's it.
people, people on
I don't know
street.
the timing.
We're out of sync. Da-da-da, da-da-da-da. Okay.
Okay.
Kicking out
Tipping
the
round,
my brain across the
tipping my
floor.
brains around.
These are the
Oh, is it?
days that never rains, but it
Rain at home.
pours. Think about it,
Ba-da-ba-ba,
ba-da-ba-da-ba,
ba-da-ba-ba.
ba-da-ba.
Yeah,
People on street,
people on the streets.
ba-da-dee-da-da.
Ida,
People on street,
people down on the streets. Ida.
ba-da-dee-da-dee-da-dee-da.
It's the terror of knowing what this world is about.
Watching some good
Watching some
friends,
good friends
let
screaming,
me
let
out.
me
And
out.
tomorrow, get me higher, higher, high.
People on the streets.
Turn away from it all like a blind man. Sit on a fence, but it don't work. Keep coming up for love, but it's so slashed and torn. Why? Why? Why?
Love, love, love.
Inside
It's
of
time to
love,
get laughs under pressure. We're all
we'll
breaking.
give
We
love
can give
one more
ourselves
time.
one more chance.
Give
Why can't we
love,
give love that one more chance?
give
Why
love,
can't we give
give love,
love, give
give
love, give
love, give
love, give
love,
love,
give
give
love.
love, give love, give love?
Because word and love is you. You can, this is a disaster.
Where's
Change
she,
the
sorry?
way of caring for people. Love dares you to change your
No
way
way
of
of
caring
caring about
about
ourselves.
ourselves.
It's our
This
last
is our last
chance.
chance. This
This
is
is
our
our
last chance.
last dance.
This
This
is
is
ourselves.
ourselves under
Under
pressure.
pressure. That was complete mayhem.
Yeah, we're a shit
But
show, but God, that was
I think
fun.
the worst version of that I've ever done in my life. But
Yeah, no,
okay.
that's great. That's great. The worse it is, and the
Yeah,
more
you
fun
can
you're
get
having.
there. We can take
Yeah.
turns instead of
Yeah.
trying to sing together.
I
We can just-
don't know the timing for which person sings what. So you just got to like point at me when you want me to sing from now on. You just go.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, yeah.
The dog.
Oh, that's a bit harsh. Yeah.
The neighbors are probably calling up somebody right now. There's a smart woman down there.
Oh,
was
Lewis,
awful.
I'm so down. I can do some Ice Ice
Absolutely
Baby.
the worst performance ever.
Well,
Absolutely.
Or how about instead of trying to duet, we'll do that on
Right.
SingSnap later.
We won't
And
do
you
it. We
just
won't
sing a
do
song.
it like that again. No, we won't.
No, but that's
I
what I mean.
promise.
We'll wait till SingSnap so we can
It's safe
both
to
do
come
our
out
own bit.
now.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
safe to come out because you
yeah,
can. We aren't going to do that again. Okay.
well, Yeah, we'll record the duets on SingSnap because that way we can adjust our timings and get them right.
Oh, that's right. SingSnap will
Yeah,
let you do that.
and that way you can just play pre-records of us, you know.
All right, we can do a pre-recording. Yeah,
And
that
I'm just
would be
Electric
better.
Echo.
Oh
Yeah,
my
I'm Electric
God.
Echo.
I don't even I want to just cut that out of the show now, but okay.
No, that was hilarious. That's what karaoke's
Okay,
about. It's about
hilarious.
being drunk and sounding crap, but as long as you're having fun and
That's
smiling,
live streaming,
everyone's gonna.
folks. It's like live
Yeah,
TV, right?
I've heard people with amazing voices get on stage, and because they sound self-conscious as soon as you hand them a mic, it's terrible. But as soon as you get some drunk lout up there,
I'm
just
never
having fun,
self-conscious.
going,
I'm never that
"Woo,
way.
brown eyed girl," everyone's just rocking it, man. You know, yeah.
Right.
It's all
like
about having
when they
fun.
get drunk enough, usually is when they finally start singing. Before that,
Yeah.
you know, we get a lot of here because we get college students here. We get a lot of da 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 da, like they sang when they were 3. You know, like it
Oh,
sounds
God,
like
yeah.
da 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 da. You know, and I'm like,
Some rap and pop I just can't do.
try to sing like, you know.
Yeah. I can't wait till I'm an old man.
I don't think we're gonna try Beastie Boys together then.
Oh,
no, that ain't gonna work.
We were talking about with Beastie Boys the other
we
day.
need 3 of us for Beastie Boys, don't we?
Yes.
Actually, if we ever do Beastie Boys, and we'd have to go through SongSnap in order to be able to do that, right?
Quintets on SingSnap anymore. I think it's duet only now. I tried to jump in someone else's duet to add a quintet to it, and it wouldn't let me. So I don't know. That you used to be able to do the 4 people, and I don't know. Yeah, I'll have a try again.
Oh my God! So I don't know. Do you guys want karaoke, but one at a time? Do you guys want some music, but one at a time? We're not going to hurt anybody. I don't want to hurt
volunteer
anybody.
to do Lewis's request. I can smash the hell out of Vanilla Ice if he wants me to do it.
You can smash the hell out of Vanilla Ice.
Yes.
Then I can do almost anything.
Yeah, I love
so if you want us to do Hello Kitty, but separately, you want earplugs. Okay, Dolly. Well, we're not going to do that again. Oh my God. I really want to go back and delete that.
I've also got some hectic metal songs on my YouTube wall profile, like "Take Your Love" and "F Off," like an indie song, and yeah, pretty much all. I do karaoke to get my rage out, and then after I do my angry song, I end up singing Disney and stage tunes.
Oh gosh, yeah. You know what? Who I used to do? Janis Joplin. I tell you, that gets all the stress away.
I know that. Mom listens to her.
Come on.
That's What's another one she loves too? Stevie Nicks. Is that Blondie as well?
Oh, that one's too nice. That one's too nice. Can't get your rage out with Stevie Nicks.
Oh,
or Blondie. They're just too nice sounding.
What's another one I like?
The ones that I do to get my rage out are like I do Janis Joplin. I do
your chick rock ones.
Led Zeppelin. Alice in Chains.
Oh hell yes, yep. I'm all for Marilyn Manson, Alice in Chains, Perfect Circle, Tool, Pearl Jam, Korn, Metallica. Right. Let's all go down there. Butterfly Effect, Tool. Yep, all of that.
Godsmack.
Not so much for. I just haven't heard it, but I was never a music person at the time. It was just all peripheral to me, and now I'm slowly learning all the names of the stuff I used to listen to. You know, yeah.
Luna's been doing live streams. Oh, wow.
I'll be live later doing my drunk scratchies, and you can hear me swear at my scratchies instead of swearing at people on the internet. I can swear at the numbers in very colourful Australian language.
Colourful Aussie language. Why, Ken, you want to come up here? Yeah, this is my friend Puck Elf. He is an Aussie. You can come up if you want.
Scottish ancestry, but Aussie. And the more drunk
Scottish
I
ancestry? What?
get, ancestry, mate. But we're
Oh, all
Australians, so we
right.
say ancestry. Right?
Mi-
Me cousin's pretty hot, by the way.
Mind if we call you Bruce to avoid confusion, though?
You can call me
Never
whatever.
mind. It's a Monty Python joke.
Oh, I'd know that. I just have to think about it. Bruce. Yeah, leave it with me. It rings a bell.
Yeah, the funny thing is, that was my mother's name. That's her Scottish name, Bruce.
It's interesting.
Mind
Go,
if
Robert
we
the
call you
Bruce.
Bruce to avoid confusion? Hello, Bruce. How's the wife, Bruce?
Well, go the Bruce is one of Elf's battle cries, mate. Go the Bruce, and that's Robert the Bruce. You know, bring it to the English.
Yeah, this is Puck Elf.
Oh, I got a Scottish joke for you. Why do Scottish men wear skirts?
Why do Scottish men wear skirts?
So it's easy to full moon the bloody English.
Well, that ain't no joke. That's just reality.
Yeah, they don't like that. Wiggle the ball bag at him and flap the cheeks. You poncy Englishman.
Mm-hmm.
English don't
So-
even know how to bathe.
Mary, what's going on there? Pick of an ice machine twice, and then the pick of a baby, ice, baby. Oh, not a picture of an ice pick. Not an ice pick, but a pick.
No.
Never mind.
I'm just thinking of my girlfriend, Grumpy, having hot flushes. I need more ice. I'm having a baby. I need more ice. I'm like, oh, what am I doing?
Oh, God. When I was having hot flashes, in the summer. Oh, my God. That was grueling.
Yeah.
I'm over the hot flashes, thank God.
Yeah, the ladies next door's going through it at the moment. I think she's only mid-50s, but she's had a big bloody life, you know. Yeah, and she's going through all that shit. She's like emotionally just wrecked at the moment. You know, so I'm just like, okay, if you need me to fix something, tell me. Don't scream at me. Yeah.
You guys are sick tonight. Okay, you guys are sick tonight. Okay, that's enough of the baby.
Ice picking. Oh,
Unless you
Dolly-
want to do dead baby jokes, and then that'll really trigger people.
I can tell already. Dolly's British, because the British people have got the darkest black humor, and
Mhm.
I know the humor. It is hilarious. It's like, God, yeah, British.
Yeah. What was it? It was King Arthur and the Holy Grail, was it?
I love that one. Yeah.
Oh, that was a good one. Yeah.
Your mother
I
is a
used to
hamster,
quote-
and your father smells of elderberry.
And your
Go away! I shall take.
elderberries.
Yeah, go away! I shall taunt you for a second time.
Uh-huh. That's where we got the concept of the Vorpal bunny, because I was a dungeon mistress. I mean, as in,
yeah, D&D.
well, I was a dungeon mistress, as in I ran D&D games.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
The female dungeon master. Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
So, but then later on, that meaning changed a bit, but
Yes.
yeah. So, we got the idea of the Vorpal bunny from there. We had a monster that was, we commonly had. You had to get past the Vorpal bunny.
Do you know what the Latin of Vorpal translates to?
What?
It means to remove one's head or an object capable of doing so. And so
Right.
the Vorpal blade means it's the sword of decapitation, right? And so it's the bunny of head removing, the Vorpal bunny.
That's exactly why we were doing that. Because in the
That's
movie,
it. Yeah.
it was
I
doing
named
that.
I named my last Damascus kitchen knife I did send to
You
Sharky.
called it Vorpal?
Yeah, the Vorpal kitchen knife, because that's from Alice in Wonderland, Mr. McGee's video game, she rocks around with this kitchen knife, and it's a Vorpal blade, and she's like gothic Alice in Wonderland, slashing up evil bunnies.
Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah, and she slashes up evil bunnies and like weird like zombie dolls missing an eye and stuff, like yeah, out of like an axe murderer's playpen, you know, like.
We're howling at the song. Which song? Oh, the song Ice Ice Baby? Or Monty Python. Oh, hey, do you remember the Philosopher's Song? Monty Python?
That would be from Life of Brian.
I could sing it faster than anybody, even
from Life of Brian, that would be. That's the religious one, isn't it? Where he's like the exiled prophet. He thinks he's a prophet, but he's just this dude, Brian. Is that the one? Life of Brian?
I don't know. No, I think it was from the show. I think they did it on the show.
Right. I haven't seen it all. The show. Yeah, it's way before me, so I've just seen the
Now, one of the great show tunes from the movie was "Every Little Sperm Is Sacred."
Oh God, that's that one. I know Holy Grail more, but I did see the others, but I always went back to Holy Grail.
Yeah, Holy Grail.
That was my original teenager stoner movie that we had to watch with everyone.
We're Knights of the Round Table. We drink whenever we're able.
I love the bit where they're dragging him out of the Tower of Virgins. And it's like, oh no, I'm not staying here to protect the virgins. And they're like, no, it's far too perilous. Far too perilous. It's like, no, I think I'll be fine. No, couldn't possibly allow it. And they're dragging him away from the Tower of Virgins.
Naughty dudes.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
Yeah.
I'm fine. I can handle them. Oh no, far too perilous. Couldn't possibly. And they're like dragging him away.
And then the other one was, he was not afraid to die. Sir Robin ran away, brave Sir Robin. He was not afraid to be killed in nasty ways.
Sir Robin the Chicken.
Yeah. But it was a great show. Getting up at the intermission. Do you remember? April 30th, 1976. What?
Oh, no, in the cinemas when I used to have intermissions. I do remember when I was very, very young, around 8.
I remember intermission.
Yeah.
I remember that. That was so people could relieve their kidneys without missing the movie. But then they realized that it was more lucrative to let people miss parts of the movie so they'd have to pay and come in again.
Well, it's just you can't afford to wait 15 minutes anymore because that's dollars on the clock ticking down. You got to pump them in, pump them out, pump them in, pump them out.
Right.
And I've actually got a really good idea how to bring back town arcades for kids again, but get the adults included. And it's basically like a not a daycare, but we've got security guards and shit there for after school, and kids can hang out with each other. And then after 7 p.m, in a different thing, we serve alcohol, and the parents can come pick them up and shit. And we do like Nerf gun nights for the parents and stuff, and then we're basically like a daycare and sell afternoon tea to the kids.
Nerf gun nights.
Yeah, it's not, and we don't want the same video games that are on Xbox and consoles. We want to go back to things like Shuttle Puck, the skill testers, and stand-up arcades, and make it more physical, interactive game playing where it's all 2-player and 4-player stuff, you know? Yeah. Friend building stuff that we used to have, but now everyone goes home to play their Xbox. But what if you could go play, you know, not mini golf, that's boring, but you got a hell of a lot of cool new stuff, like you go into the Nerf war pen, you know? We've got electronic Nerf darts that register you and time you out. You got to go sit down for 5 minutes, you know?
Well, let's see. Anyway. Part of mine was I liked, and I really miss laser tag.
Yep, all of that, yeah.
I miss laser tag, and I was pretty good with that, actually. Yeah, because I'm sneaky. But you know what? It's funny. It's funny how I am such a nice person, and I really am. I'm not a mean person. I think you agree. I don't come off as being a nasty person at all. But if you get me in any kind of war game, I am absolutely a bloodthirsty dragon.
I'm a complete pacifist, and I've only
I've
done
been on
game.
I've been on war games in I mean, online. And you know how they give you like I'm working on something maybe to get some points to get something like a new song off of one of the or a new music loop off of one of these apps, and they send you off to play a game to get a free loop.
Oh, nice.
And that's all nice, but then I get busy playing a game, and as soon as you get me on a war game, I be killing them bitches. I be killing them. I am a deadly mofo. I
There's something so engaging about player versus player when you know when you just won, someone else is going to be sitting there across the world going, oh, there's something so pleasing about that. Yeah.
and I would, oh gosh, and a lot of these were like team type things, so you'd be on a team. So
I'm a great support character. I even give speeches to my team and we rally them and we push. And I used to do that in Warcraft
right.
so much. I'd give the William Wallace speech to the Horde, place the English with the Alliance, and then my whole group would rally to me and we just hammered down. It was just so fun.
Mhm. Yeah. So I don't know. I think maybe I've done it before. Maybe
Oh,
I've
no, yeah. I'm not a fighter.
maybe
Yeah.
I've done that kind of thing before somewhere.
I'll follow behind you and hand you extra shields and javelins, and I've got the mobile cart, and as my wheels turn, it pumps my bellows for me, and so I'm always re-tipping.
I'm getting a cart. I'm getting an electric cart at some point. I'm not sure exactly when, but it's coming.
Elf has the war cart with a little forge on it, and I follow everyone and turn broken swords into spears and arrows for him. And I've also got like a little oven on the side and a beer brewer and a bacon smoker. And so I'm just like making sandwiches and forges, and I bring the beer and the bacon in my cart. That's my job. I'm not fighting. I'm not fighting. I'm too valuable to fight. I'm worth more as a trade and a ransom. The blacksmith doesn't fight.
Now they're talking about the Book of Mormon.
And Joseph Smith's
only
wife
one
called.
letter.
What was that South Park song? Joseph Smith said he was full of crap. His wife was smart. Joseph Smith talked in his hat. He was dumb. I almost married a Mormon once, man. Oh my God, dodged a bullet.
Oh, Lewis Tarr has a Mr. Hyde side. A Hyde side.
Mine comes from my mom.
A dark side.
I'm super chill like my dad.
Children, the dark side. He's got a dark side. Everybody look out. Lewis Tarr in his dark side.
I'm trying to think of a good Star Wars quote because the bad guys are all British.
Yeah, that's right. The bad guys are all British and they have a British accent.
Lord Vader, we're going to blow up Alderaan. We're locked in, sir. Prepare to fire. Commence firing. Commencing firing, sir. I love that. The British are the baddies.
Well, being an American, that kind of fits.
It fits with the pop culture law. There's nothing wrong with it. Because it's in space. They're not calling them British. They just happen to... And because they have to use a certain amount as British actors, because they filmed it in London studios under the London Actors Guild. And so they're forced to. All their extras have to be bloody Brits. When all their mains are American. That's what it is. It's freaking unions, man.
It's the freaking unions, man. That's what the problem is.
Oh, how funny was the Hollywood union strike, and everyone just in the public just doesn't care, and they're like, Hollywood's trash, hurry up and get fired already. The writers' strike. The writers' strike, and no one cared.
You know what? Damn right.
No one cared.
No one cared.
back in the 80s, they had a writer's strike, and everyone's like, oh, we got to protect the writers. And these days, the public's like, no, all your writing is woke trash. We don't care. Hollywood, hurry up and die. So
You know
someone can
what?
buy
The
you out. And
truckers.
make,
Now that makes an impact, but the writers strike and everybody goes, so?
yeah, we're just like, you're a bunch of toffee nose ponces that could be replaced with Chat GPT in 20 seconds these days because your writing is garbage.
Just about.
You know?
And it gives everybody else a chance that ever wanted to try and break into that.
That's what I'm thinking. This this day
So it's actually a happy day. Oh, happy day! I can pitch my idea.
Yeah. I think the de-wokeifying of Hollywood's coming rapidly and faster than they expected it because there's so many investors are pulling out. The money's literally disappeared overnight. Companies are sinking because they keep pumping out regendered Little Mermaids or race swapped friggin' Aladdins or whatever the hell they do. You know,
race swapped Aladdins.
Well,
oh God!
What's the new thing? Put a chick in it and make it lame and gay, and if it's already a chick, make them a black lesbian. That's
right.
Their only.
Yeah, you got to make them a black lesbian. They got to be both black and a lesbian.
Yeah, if they were once a white woman princess like Cinderella, now she's a black lesbian. But if it was a man, now it's also a lesbian. But it's allowed to be.
It's also a black lesbian, but that's okay.
And what's with the great redhead replacement? Like Ariel, it seems all the race and gender swaps are all the redheads. And it's like they're erasing the gingers, man.
Save the gingers.
Totally, yeah. It's like a ginger genocide.
I'm definitely gonna start wearing a shirt that says Ginger Pride.
Yeah, that's it. You got to start complaining on Twitter. I'm a ginger, and Hollywood's erasing my existence, and I feel unvalued and unsafe, and you causing violence and murder and
right. It's violence. Yeah. It's violence against my kind. Yeah, I feel that's right. I feel unsafe. I feel there's a lot of terrible things that are happening to gingers. I mean,
that's the best complaining Karen voice I think I heard for a while.
Thank you. I've worked at it.
You gotta use that voice every time you go to the DMV.
Well, I do a lot of character voices on here. I really should be a voice actress, probably. Probably because I could even do certain male voices. So
people used to say that to me as a kid.
I am a character.
Now I'm just a walking.
The only thing is which character. Which character am I?
I think mine just come out of me. Like, I just do weird things. Like, I'll just be walking along totally cool and smooth, and then all of a sudden I'll see like something cool, like a rock or a book on a shelf, and I'll stop and I'll just look like a 10-year-old for a second and smile, and I'll have to wiggle the book to see if there's a magic door there. And people are looking at me, and I just grin, and then I'm just back to normal, walking off again. I was like, yeah, I just got to stop.
You never know; those magic doors could be anywhere.
Yeah, I just got to stop for my own inner child's self-referencing just to check, Yeah, I'm just checking, yeah. But I literally I got that face like a 12-year-old when I'm doing it. I'm like, yeah.
I don't know, but I'm so darn cute. I'm so darn cute,
Cute enough to get away with it.
I can get away with all kinds of things because I'm so darn cute.
I think confidence is a good thing too. Like, you can, as long as you pretend you're meant to be standing there, a lot of the time people don't question it. But if you're standing there looking around, like, am I meant to be here? Someone's going to come up and say, you shouldn't be here, should you? But if you're standing there and, it's like if you're the guy with the high-vis vest on and you've got a friend holding a ladder, you can pretty much walk into Kmart, grab a TV, pretend to measure it, shake your head, and just walk out with it and give them a wave and a smile, and they're like, yep, he knows what he's doing.
Is that all it takes? Hello, RJ. How are you doing?
All
We
right,
got
I'm just
Puck
going.
Elf up here. If somebody else wants to come up here and talk, you're welcome. And I put out the link, and you can click that link and get your ass up here.
Just go in nature for a moment.
Oh yeah, okay. Pretending to be a tradie. Okay. Going nature. Is that what they call it? Racing the redheads has a purpose. Yeah. Yeah. The cultural loss of redhead. You know what, Kitty? Yeah. Because dark hair, what do they call it? It's dominant. Dark hair and dark eyes. So light hair and light eyes, if we have enough cultural mixing, they'll be gone. They'll only be a throwback.
Do
So,
you want to hear a superpower that blue eyes have?
mhm.
Because blue eyes have the least amount of melanin pigment out
Mhm.
of all other eye
Right,
colors.
because dark eyes and dark hair are dominant genes,
Yep.
and they
But
will eventually take over. So,
if people keep intermixing like they do in the current time, but I don't
Mhm.
mind racial segregation, not in a
I
racist way, but I think there's nothing wrong with wanting to have children with another person that looks like yourself. It's like sexual
right.
preference. You've got these trans men trying to force women to have sex with them now because they're saying that they're part of your group. And no one wants to go to China to go eat McDonald's, right? And if we were all homogenized and the same, what's the point of going on holidays? You know?
Right.
I could marry an Indian girl, and I bloody would because they can cook really well. But personally, I like the idea of having more blonde, blue-eyed kids because we need more of them around. You know.
Hmm. We don't want it to die out after all.
Yeah, I respect my heritage where I've come from enough that I'd like to maintain it. You know, it's more of a respect thing than me being like against anyone else. It's that I like where I've come from more than where you've come from. You know, yeah.
Hmm.
So
Well,
it's
according to many scientists, red hair comes from the Neanderthals. I thought it came from the Anunnaki. Anunnaki.
um, the red hair in Homo sapiens in Europe genes is the Neanderthal one, but they also had a blue-eyed gene, but blue eyes have separately evolved and red hair separately gened around like 5 times, and it depends which current one, like the recessives get handed down. And so currently we're rocking around with Neanderthal one, but that's also good because we've also got Neanderthals
Oh,
virus
yeah.
coding. We've got Neanderthals virus coding in our DNA. And that's how Europeans survived the Black Plague. Some people had an allele from Neanderthals.
Hmm.
Anyway,
Well,
superpower.
as a historian, I got a very serious question for you. A couple of them. First of all, why were the Neanderthals so short?
That's because they were shorter, but they had larger mass. And so if you can shorten yourself but broaden yourself, you're decreasing your surface area. And in a cold environment like frozen North Europe, even their nose was slightly more squashed and more fleshy, and it would warm more air coming into their sinuses. Yeah.
Hmm. Now, the other thing is, why was it so wet in the Younger Dryas period? So why do they
Well,
call it the Dryas period if it's wet?
I just got that. That's fucking hilarious. It's like the time of the Great Flood, and they call it dry ass.
Right. It's a kind of flood. They call it Dryas.
I never thought of that. That's
I'm
fucking hilarious.
so confused.
That's hilarious. I'm gonna steal that one.
You completely, the Neander shorts went right over your head.
And
Neanderthal.
there's a
There
question
are
from
no
Dolly here.
Neander shorts. What happened to them?
It's just a question from Dahlia here. Like Australian Aborigines have the broad nose too, but
Mm-hmm.
Neanderthals' nose was more kind of like forward
Mm-hmm.
hooked, more European. You know how Europeans have that forward hooked King Charles nose? That's like Neanderthal. Whereas the short, broad one, instead of warming the air, that's to moisten the air because we've got such a
Mm-hmm.
dry climate here. So Aborigine nostrils are for moistening the air coming in. Yeah,
Oh
that's why
yeah,
they've got.
down with the
Yeah.
sickness. Yeah. Um. Yeah. Oh well. Gosh, you guys are talking about all kinds of things. That's cool.
But yeah, any anthropology questions, hit me up because that's kind of what that's my bag.
Anthropology.
That's what I do, right? Yeah, that's my bag. Ancient history and the
I don't
parody of
know, but
anatomy. Yeah.
I got plenty of questions. Right. Not so. You know what? They're never going to answer me correctly.
Yeah.
I'm never
Well,
going to get any straight answers from Google.
oh,
Wouldn't it be interesting if we really did get straight answers from Google? Where did Desert Rose go? Wait, Desert
this is
Nose? Wait a minute, Desert Nose? What?
yeah, because we were talking about the Aboriginal nose and the moisture. So it's like one's like instead of desert rose, it's desert nose. You know, your moistening nose.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's why you
Like
got to other.
you'll probably notice in wolf species like the difference in snout morphology between one that lives in a dry and then a frozen climate. There's one's broad and short, and one's long and narrow. Yeah. And so it's in
Somebody's
all
coming
species.
in.
Yeah.
Oh, it's another Aussie. There you go.
Hey, g'day, D.
There you
Hi,
go.
Pack.
Good
How you
day.
going? G'day, mate.
Good
Good
dude.
to meet you.
Mind if we call you Bruce to avoid confusion? I'm kidding.
I
It's a
can be
Monty
Bruce.
Python joke.
I'll be Bruce.
I'm Ken F. Ken.
We got
Oath.
all of these people from Oz down under here.
Kent Oath, mate.
Yeah. Got me dog here, Bruno.
Are you South Australian?
What's
No.
on your mind?
I'm Victorian. I'm on the 90 Mile Beach. Yeah.
Close. Yeah, yeah. I was thinking
East
you're
of
down
Melbourne.
south. I'm about 8 hours north and on the Sapphire Coast, around Eden and Bateman's Bay kind of area, up New South Wales.
Oh, you're a mate of mine lives up that way, you know.
Yeah, everyone's from. Any time I'm on public transport anywhere in bloody the world or Australia on a train or a plane, I end up sitting next to some bloke from like the South Coast. So come on.
Yeah. They're all getting out of this state because of the nightmarish premier we had.
Oh yeah, man. Oh,
Nothing's
mate,
changed. I mean, we've still got a nightmarish premier. I think it's a
what
clone.
did you get? You got his subordinate. You got the blonde woman now that's Dan Andrews sycophant.
It looks like a clone of him. Yeah, in a female clone version. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jacinta Allen.
Much
Another Jacinta Allen. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, she's not the Greens Party. No, I'm thinking a different one. That blonde lady.
She looks like she would have been, but
that feminist panel Greens Party blonde lady, Jacinta Gallagher. That's the one I'm thinking.
Oh yeah. And then they had Jacinda over in New Zealand for a while, didn't they?
Oh God, yeah, global.
Yeah, she's CEO of some bullshit.
Yeah, World Economic Forum baby prodigy, basically brainwashed. Yeah.
No, this is Ken Rotman.
And now New Zealand's voted completely right after that. They had this really woke woman in that was just WEFing them and like messing up their farms and saying you got to kill your cattle. And as soon as she stepped down as prime minister and they went back to the polls, everyone just went far to the right. They're like, no, stop this. You know, so things are changing. Yeah. And that's the good thing about Australia.
You guys had the most draconian masters during C19.
I always say to people, if you want to know what's going on, you know, in your fucking country, talk to the farmers. They'll tell you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I've been
told so much over the years from just
That's where I get my eggs from a farmer.
I used to be a landowners and farms right activist on the south coast here because our local council's corrupt as hell, and people would send me nasty letters and they'd tell me who they were, but I'd read them anonymously and go to the council chambers, and I'd take my time and I'd stand up and say, here's a letter from one of your constituents, and I'd be there every month giving them stick and hammering the hell out of them. Yeah.
This mate of mine, Lee, I think he lives closer to Bega, actually, not Eden. And he says the council there. Yeah, he said to cancel up Tyathra or something like that. He lives. So they're really good so long as you can't see the place from the road. You know, you can do what you want. You know, I was living on French Island for a little while. There's no cancel on French Island. That's in the Bay of Melbourne. There's no cops.
On the southeast coast, it's closer to the beach you are, where all the rich people are with their houses. And as long as you're off the beach and you're up the back in the farmlands, you can pretty much build whatever shed you want. But if you're in town near the beach, they're going to make you get a permit for a bloody water tank. You know? Yeah,
they want the whole East Coast full of all the richies, and probably why they had those fires. 2019,
I'm doing up my caravan, man, and I want to get over the bloody mountains and live on the bloody Hume. Get off the Princess Highway. It's just madness.
Yeah, I was off the grid for like 15 years, but I'm sort of living in a little coastal town on a peninsula, Loch Sport. Don't know if you've heard of it. It's a little fishing village type thing, but it was great living here during the lockdowns.
Lockdowns.
Yeah. Most Aussie country towns were like that. It's the city cops that are the bastards, right? And in the country towns,
and they're all muzzled. And
in country towns, they don't have enough numbers of police to go and do that to us. And so as long as you're not having an argument with the lady at the checkout and she's not calling the cops on you, they're not going to rock up for you not wearing a mask or washing your hands or whatever. You pretty much everyone just rocked around and did what they want. And if someone said, "Oh, can you put on a mask?" It's like, "Sure, fair enough. I'll put one on. You have a free one." Yes.
Well, I got as soon as they brought in the mask mandatory thing. I was getting away with just wearing a face shield, but they said that's no good anymore. So I went to the doctors the next day and got a exemption. So, I still got my exemption. I should frame it, really. Yeah.
I still see people running around with masks.
Oh, it's happening again. A lot of old people are buying it again. Now, they thought there was chicken pox or measles and shingles. And I get a lift to town because I haven't got a car or license anymore because of certain corrupt elements of this fucking society. But I got arrested for YouTube because of Dan Andrews. I'm pretty much a target now. I just got a strike last night. I was doing a stream.
You go. Sorry. Finish.
I was doing a stream last night and got taken down. It's like my 10th channel. I keep coming back.
I had a feed cut and deleted on me, and because I'd linked the live to my Facebook, the cops rocked up with the mental health police because I was fucking spitting it. I'm like, I'm done with this. I'm losing it. I'm going to do it. And I had to talk to cops. Lucky one of my dad's friends rang me, and I chatted to him for 20 minutes and just got it out after my stream went dead. And I was totally chilled cooking dinner when they rocked up. Because if they'd have rocked up 10 minutes earlier, they would have got the F off, and I would have got trolleyed again to the mental health ward.
Once they get you in the system, they always, like if I get my license back, they'll pull me up every time they see me.
Like, we're here for a mental health chat. Can you open the door? It's like, I'm not feeling well. Can you not aggress on me? And they're like, sure. You open the door. First thing they do, put their foot right in the architrave so you can't close it aggressively. And then at that point, I'm done.
Well, it all changed. They all went like Judge Dredd, Mega City 1 cops,
Oh, they've been doing their counter-terrorism drills since 9/11 for 20 years, man. And we've never got to use them in Australia. And the government said, you can use your counter-terrorism tactics on these people now because they're dangerous to society. And so they just went full counter-terror on citizens.
Yeah, it was brutal. You
Oh,
know, I wouldn't have lasted in Melbourne. You know, I would have gone crazy if I'd have been in the suburbs.
My runes.
Oh, wow, they look cool.
we have the same pouch, do we? Is that from that same place?
Lepidolite.
That same website?
I don't know.
Ruins.
No, same bag. Mine's just been a website that's bought it like Etsy, and they've printed their own thing on it and then resold it. By the look of it.
Yeah.
But it's the same made in China. But I got stickers in mine.
These are very unusual. I have never seen lepidolite before, runes. Lepidolite
Nice silver.
with gold.
Gold on it. Yeah.
Some gold leafing.
Oh, that's cool.
Lepidolite with gold leafing is like, oh, I have to have it.
I've never had stone runes, and most runes in history were not stone. They were made of discs of tree branch wood, and you cut coins of tree branch wood. But mine are actually, because most peasants can't afford carved stone. You know, you're not going to.
Yeah, they need the right tool, wouldn't they?
Why would you make a chess piece out of granite stone? Sure, you could, but it's bloody expensive. When you can just make a clay one because it's just for like your kid's Christmas present or whatever. But yeah, I've just got 5 clay ones.
Nice.
So South Oz is really better than North. Basically, you're saying. Well, it sounds like they were stupid about the lockdown, but.
No, just the cities. Anywhere where there was a massive population, they just went skits full lockdown because they had the numbers of cops to do it. But anywhere out in the country in Australia, because we're so rural, and the local cops know the people, and if they start going there, they're going to get bashed.
Yeah, the cops here are a lot more listenable. You know, they'll listen to you here if you got.
I got a fun thing.
Oh, God, I couldn't believe how evil they were like robots talking to, you know.
I got a fun thing we could do. I got runes. You got books. You want to pull a rune for these people, and you can read off the meaning.
100%. I was going to say, if we get bored, I'll do a rune throw. But if you just want to pick each person a rune, and I'll find the rune in my books, and I'll give them a quick read. Sure.
Sure, you want to do that?
Yeah, I'm down. I'm down. I've got Elder Futhak, Older Futhak, and Germanic Anglo-Saxon. I've got all the.
The way you talk.
So I should be able to find all the.
Futhak sound like it should be swearing?
Oh, you bloody Futhak!
Futhak!
So Puck, I was wondering, did you get that name from a comic book I used to read called Slaney?
No, it's mine comes from I was in high school when Lord of the Rings came out, but we were also doing Shakespeare, and I thought, because I do bows and arrows and I got the long blonde hair, everyone wanted to call me Legolas, so I'm like, no, he's too violent and I'm too chilled, and so I just took the name Puck from what we were doing in Shakespeare, and I'm like, call me that elf because he's a bit mischievous.
He didn't want to be Legolam.
In the Slaney comics, it's sort of like a English version of Conan, but it was fantastic. His side character was called Puck, and he was an elf, you know.
My friend used to collect the original Conan comics, and I used to borrow them to sketch like the weapons and art out of them and stuff. And like great Dark Horse comics, isn't Conan?
Yeah, I remember that. I'm a big comic person. Like, you know, I got right into the Judge Dredd comics, you know.
I know a bit of the lore, but I've never been a comic person. The only comics I ever bought were, because I was like a country kid, and the only time I was ever on a bus or a train or a plane, I'd always buy some comics, and I always got the Phantom, because it's what Dad read.
Yeah.
And
I used to have a great Phantom collection. And
yeah, the Phantom is my bag, yeah.
I ended up selling them all and found out I sold them way too cheap. You know, some were worth $5,000 just for one of them, you know, and I sold them.
Yeah, Phantom's big now, man. Like, I've got an, you know, like
in the 90s.
You know V for Vendetta, how he's got that belt of his 6 daggers? I want to make a phantom skull belt because we don't have guns in Australia, but I'm a knife maker, and so I want to make like my parrying, like throwing phantom skull belt. Yeah. And it'd be like the phantom belt. I could do the proper thing and make the ring and stuff, like, yeah.
Yeah. For those who come in late, the phantom, yeah.
Okay, man, sorry, we better let D chat a bit because we've been ranting Aussie crap.
Yeah, sorry. Just rambling on. I'm having a few home brews, just
Alaska pox.
Cooking a lamb roast. I've already done it, actually.
Alaska? Okay, what's up with Alaska pox?
The Alaska pox. Hang on, I'll go to comments. We're going to Alaska.
I just made a new batch of lamb.
Is that the latest new ridiculous disease that they're trying to infect everybody with?
Just made a new pot of lamb stock, but it's too rich as lamb only. So I got to get some beef or pork bones to go 50-50.
Nice.
Yeah, government announced fear porn. Yeah, that's
no fat.
Pretty much what I'd call it too.
Did you see that film Leave the World Behind, D?
No.
The one the Obamas produced? Yeah. I watched it before I even knew what it was, before, they were talking about it.
No, I haven't. What's it about?
More or less, America gets a cyber attack. These, what's her name? Julia Roberts, Ethan Hawke's go to Long Island, some island in New York, and they're hanging out at this house, and the people who own the house, this black guy and his daughter, turn up because they know some shit's going to go down because he does business with people who are, oh, fuck, the heater's been on all day. Oh, no. It's been like 35.
Oh, no.
No, I cooked in the shed because I've got.
No wonder.
Yeah, you hotboxed yourself in the caravan, mate. You're like me. I can see you got your fridge right next to you. You got the old Nana
here. I had that on all day.
Yeah, I had the old Nana couch back there as well, but I ripped it out and put my bed in there.
Yeah.
And now where I'm sitting now used to be the big wraparound dinette where you'd have like the full grandkids and everything pop out.
Same here. It used to be that like.
So I threw all that shit out and just did like a full wraparound nerd desk where I could fit me 2 monitors and do some hobby crafts.
Yeah.
Tartaria, Australia. I didn't know there was a place called Tartaria.
I've been living in a caravan for like 16 years now.
I'm going to pick out 3 rooms for myself. You can give me a reading. Okay?
Yeah, since 2004. Yeah, since 2000.
I'm only a couple of years in, but at least I own it, and my generation will never
That's
own
right.
else.
The government doesn't own it. That's what I like about caravans. That's our home. You can't take it, mate.
Rooms for D. And if we're 7 kilometres outside of our designated lockdown zone, we can say, fuck you, I parked my house over there.
Yep, wherever I go, that's my home. Yeah.
Okay, so first room.
I think this one's Gibbo. I'm not sure. It's the X.
Mm-hmm.
Either that or it's Elon Musk's personal rune.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, disease X, it's Year of the X, I think,
And then there's that one, and I've forgotten that one's name.
Hold on.
And then I think.
Wait. Don't show me all of them at once. One at a time.
I picked 3 because of the Norns,
Yeah, the 3 fates. What are the Norns? Past, present, and wisdom. I think they can be also virtue, hope, and despair.
Oh, Dolly, yeah. Dolly said, do you watch Autodidactic? Yeah, I watched Autodidactic.
I'm stuck to him. I haven't watched him in a while, but I...
Wait, hold on. Where are we? There he is. So it's Gifu is the rune.
Mm-hmm.
Basic things.
I know a few people in all those.
The color representation of it is 6. Oh no, wait, hold on, over here. So the sound gifu in writing is a hard G. It's the G sound. Sharping based on the Greek letter for Z. Number representation is 7 and color is red. And here's a bit of a breakdown of the rune.
Red.
And this rune does not have an up or a down because it's only an X. It's geometrically, right. There is no up or down to it.
Well, 7 is my life path number, so
this rune is also a special gift. Represents a gift, an act of hospitality or piety or sacrifice to a god. The nature of this sacrifice may be as little as a genuflection all the way to a human sacrifice. To the Germanic pagans living in a society when population was often small, hospitality might well be the difference between life and death to a traveller. Moreover, the rune reminds us of the dictum, a gift demands a gift. It should be mentioned that runic magic or divination requires a necessary balance of intent, action, and result. They are an ecological form of magic. For example, it is always necessary to make a statement of intent or sacrifice for magical work, or you have all aspects of a question in mind before using the runes for your divination. It is possible that the symbolic content of the rune is its balance, being bilaterally symmetrical from all angles. And that's what I was talking about, no upside down, bilaterally symmetrical. Fancy words there.
Okay, so it's bi.
Yeah, it's totally trans, man. This is if you took your mirror images of the room, but we know what that means. And so basically that's the gifting of the giving, and it's the gift that demands a gift. And if you're a traveler and you need the hospitality, you better rock up with some new brews from another land. You know, you got to be trading something.
Well, I used to sing.
So that's first rune, and if you do 3, I count first rune as past, and so the middle rune will be present. That's the way I do it, unless you've got a different thought process how you do your 3.
Just press play.
Okay, so that one. I know that one. That's Ken. Wait, that was right next to Gitu. We can use that book.
Right, Ken.
Right.
Yeah, so look, there we go. See, that's the one you just had. Which is Gitu, and then right next to it, there's Ken.
Wow.
Elf knows. Yeah, I'm smart. I'm not. All right, so sound is K, obviously, from the Greek letter kappa.
Wasn't Ken the first? I heard Ken was the first name in England, like in Britannia.
What would that be?
All the other K names come after.
Kevin. I'm trying to think of the name of the culture.
Ken was the original K name.
Well, you're Ken, so it's
I looked up the origin.
Right. So the number representation is 6, and the color is yellow.
6, the number of man.
Yellow.
Ken's magical image is of a torch and is a symbol of magical power and of initiation. It is a representative power which is controlled, but has some measure of control itself. In this, we should remember that the pagans used torchlight parades and bonfires to celebrate important events, such as the vernal equinox and winter solstice. The torchlight was and is their symbol of man having the powers greater than his own. It should be remembered that myths, animals speak, and a sense of history often wear clothes and use tools, but in no case do they use fire. The separated human form from animal, in Mithricism, for example, Mithraeus himself is accompanied with 2 lesser versions of himself, each of whom carries a torch. Mithras was born with the torch in his hand. So that goes on to other symbolism. Basically, he just represents the bringing of that light. And
right.
Yeah, I've been a truther since the early 90s.
Yeah, it's basically like controlled fire. It is both uncontrolled by the fact that it is fire, but the fact it's on a torch means it's been harnessed into a device. And I think that's what it's representing. It's the harnessing of wild powers into the device and putting it on the end of the stick and making it right. You stay there. You don't burn down the forest, you know.
I've lit a lot of
Unlike what's
fires.
happening right now in some places.
Yeah, that's
I've
right.
lit a lot of fires in wood heaters over the years. I've got, I've always swore by the wood heater.
I'm a blacksmith.
Now they
by
want
trade.
Dara.
I've been chainsawing for, forever.
Oh,
Every
God.
place I've lived in had a fireplace. So.
Yeah, my mum is fucked on firewood, man. She will light the fire as soon as it hits bloody 25 degrees, mate. The amount of wood you got to bloody cut for the thing. All right, so that's a J or a Y, that one, and I can use the picture book because we got that one in the picture one. So what? Well,
J,
yeah,
Y.
with a double SS rune, yeah. In there somewhere. What do you call it? Index for this book is suck. All right.
Well, my
need a
ascendant is Aries, so that's a fire sign. That kind of makes sense.
They need a proper index for these bloody rune books because you just got to go through them. Okay, here we go. And this is the good book that's got more pictures. And that's a piece of rosemary there. So it's Jira.
Mm-hmm.
And there's some pictures. That's the herb that you have.
Kind of blurry.
I needed some rosemary today for my roast lamb. Damn.
Oh, my girlfriend.
Oh, yeah. I love lamb.
We've got some growing here. I just forgot about it.
Yeah. My girlfriend just cut and dried me brand new rosemary and bay leaves. And so I get to throw out my old ones, but I'm going to light the charcoal fire when I throw out my old dried herbs. I'm just going to throw them into the charcoal and give it a quick smoke on the lamb with some bay leaf and rosemary to burn off the old shit.
You're making me hungry. I love lamb meat.
Okay, so Jira is a joy to men when the gods make the earth to bring forth shining fruits for rich and poor alike. Alternative names. This rune was also called Jur by Anglo-Saxons of Northumbria, England, or Ar by Norwegians and Icelanders. Pronunciation is J or Y, and my real name's actually James, and so you may call me Yams, if you like.
Yams.
Yams.
Okay, yams.
That's a Scandinavian thing, so there we go. All right, so Jira is connected with the early cycle of nature, particularly with the harvest and the celebrations that go with it. It is a symbol of strength of the venerable oak and the humble herb rosemary. It is a rune of joy, of plenty, of rich blessings. Jira association with celebration connects with Yuletide, our Christmas season, and expresses much of the warmth and happiness of this time. In this sense, Jira is symbolically assigned with winter solstice, when the sun is at its weakest, yet begins to gain strength once more. Jira is the 12th rune and therefore the halfway point of the Elder Futhark. You bloody Futhark! Don't act like a Futhark, mate!
Oh, Futhark!
Don't be a Futhark, will you?
Come on.
Yeah. The year is also 12 months.
You Futhark! Anyway.
Yeah, so there you go.
So, what would be your reading then? Because that's interesting. I was born in the 12th month.
Yeah, so, well, that means...
So was I.
Well, that means things going forward
I remember.
Are going to be quite blessed, venerable, and humble going forward. It's basically you've got some chill time coming up, is what that means. If that's the future rune and the third one, that means chillness is coming in the future, and your toilings in the past will catch up, and you'll just have this little bit of zone to just like do nothing for a while because you've got your ducks in a row already.
That's sort of what I'm doing now. I'm sort of all the drama. Last year's one of the worst years ever, and I'm trying to put it behind me because I got a bit of PSD from it. But I'm starting to just, not give a fuck and just chill out. And
that's what they got. That's what they got me on at the moment.
the government can go if it's anyway.
That's what they got me on at the moment for my PTSD, and it took me 10 years of fighting as a single white male to get some kind of help with my PTSD because I can't address my issues when I'm freaking out. I'm like, I need a mood stabilizer. I'm not asking for drugs, man.
My PTSD, they haven't given me anything, really. I'm going to have to go it alone.
They wanted to
And it's okay because I don't trust pharma anyway.
Yeah, well, he'll know being in Australia as a white male, you'll walk into the mental health appointment and they'll look at you like, why aren't you a single brown mum? Why are we helping you? You can obviously walk, harden up, piss off. And that's the attitude you get. If you're a male and you can walk, unless you're in a wheelchair, they don't care, man. It's just fake feminism and nonsense.
We've got our own medical centre in the main town for the Indigenous, but a lot of the whites I know go there, and
took me 10 years fighting, man.
They started off making it just for the Indigenous, but they decided, all
it takes is one person to challenge it in the court, and it's found to be unjust. You can't just say this is racially exclusive. That's against the law. Doesn't matter if you're Indigenous in a special case or not. You can't make things racially exclusive, or then I can too. And I can make my white club.
Well, I didn't trust the voice thing, the voice vote thing. I thought, well, it's the government sort of blueprinting this, so I don't trust whatever they're doing. And they didn't make it clear.
I voted no for gay marriage too. I saw the writing on the wall. I knew they were going to try and put it in schools. If I gave them an inch, they'd take a mile.
Yeah. No, when I went, I lived all around the Gippsland area here with all the, half the schools were always Indigenous, and it was never it was never about race during the 60s, 70s or any time like that. It was like, you're either a good bloke or a bad bloke.
That's what I was saying, man. Like in the 80s, early 90s, I was inducted at Pigeon House Mountain Dreamtime ceremony into my local tribe as a little white 13-year-old, just because I grew up hanging out with them. And they're like, you know more about this tribe than these bloody blow-ins from inland. Yeah. The local primary school even rang me and said, can you come in and teach the kids how to make a bark canoe and bush tucker? And I'm like, you do know I'm fucking white. And they're like, yeah, but we can't get an Indigenous person. And we know that you're kind of like, you're Ewan, aren't you? And I'm like, yeah. But no.
I've had them come out and visit me, my friends down this way when I was living off the grid, and they used to come out and go, well, Ken, you live much tougher than most black fellas,
Yeah, right, so if I was black, I'd be getting my free Commodore, mate.
They used to admire how I was. But now
everybody in here is really a character, and I love you all, by the way. I love you all. You all are so funny and interesting. I love my soul family.
God, D, we've known each other for over 10 years, hasn't it been?
Might be now, yeah.
It's the True Frequency days, I think, and on Facebook.
Yeah.
D Swigger.
Way back. Yeah.
Back as D Swigger.
Swagger like tiger, not swigger like Tigger.
Swagger. Sort of German. Swagger.
That's right. And not swagger like hey. But
no, I do the same.
But that's my ex's name. That's not really my name. But
I try to. I smoke longs, but I don't do it when I'm streaming. Well, I try not to. I do it. I forget sometimes. And I'm pulling a pipe on an live stream. And what was I doing? My streams, I have some funny guests. I had this guy on. I've known him for a while, but he's in a stage where he hates everything, and he was just abusing everyone on his show. But everyone was taking it well. He ended up calming down. He hadn't drank for over a year, and then he started drinking that particular night. He decided to come on, and Oh wow! Yeah.
Have you been on
Spirit.
LC? Have you been on LC's Aussie beer streams, mate? On YouTube? God, I've been getting in there. God, they hammer the shit out of me, man. It's hilarious. And everyone's saying, put Park back in chat. Because they just nail me so hard and I get fiery at them. And it's just like these just Aussies just going full swear mode. It's the most hilarious thing ever. But
Oh,
no
it
one
sounds like one I know. There's one in England.
bans anyone. Yeah.
There's one in England, Archie,
Aussies swear pretty good too.
and every time you go there, there's like
And they're
5 or
funny
6
as hell
people in
when
there
they're swearing.
sweating their heads off at each other, going right off, even threatening to kill each other.
That's
Oh, come down here, I'll smash your fucking head.
That's the thing, when you get too many, when you get more than 3
Yeah.
drunk Aussie blokes in one chat,
Uh,
it's just going to end up as a dick match of who can be the most crude and say the most Australianisms every bloody time. And it's just, oh, dudes, can we not do this again? You know, like, yeah.
It gets
Somehow
worse.
we're all coexisting in my chat right now, so I think I'm maybe
Us
I'm
Aussies are taking
on you.
over.
I don't
Sorry,
know.
sorry, Dave. We've
I was going to shut up and let you guys talk because I was talking to Deep
Hey.
Odors. I'm just going to go mute and have me joint.
I've got to grab a beer because I've had my first beer of the day. You know, I've been busy and doing stuff. Yeah, I'm trying.
You
to
don't
cut
need a
back.
bloody excuse, mate. You're allowed to have a beer.
Right.
That's
Well,
what I
when
tell
it's hot,
people.
you know.
That's what I tell people. Why do you think Australia has water restrictions? We've never got any water because we use it all to make all the beer, mate.
Oh well, that makes sense.
Oh look, we won't have to worry about water soon. They're going to the moon and they've got water on the moon and they're going to bring it back to Earth. I mean, you know, a planet
How
full of
many
water.
people knew they already had water on the moon? How many people already knew
great
that?
idea.
I did.
Did you know water doesn't?
Bring back?
Did you know water doesn't actually go anywhere? It goes under the ground, it goes up in the sky, and then it comes back down somewhere else. You can't actually lose water. You know. Yeah.
It's bullshit.
Apparently, this planet did lose a lot of water though during a cataclysm.
But lightning
I don't
storms,
even know if that actually happened. The
lightning storms will
comet
combine
thing.
oxygen and hydrogen in the atmosphere and create water molecules like that anyway. You know, yeah.
Apparently, at one time we were kind of candy coated and sparkly, but after the cataclysm, we lost that beautiful coating.
Do you want to know my theory? This whole round Earth and this hollow Earth and this flat Earth, they're all wrong. The truth is donut Earth. It's round, flat,
that's
and
basically
hollow.
what we've all come to.
And then nighttime is the chocolate icing that goes on, and then stars are the sprinkles. And then the next morning, the sun god is a fat bastard, so he doesn't eat the donut. He just picks the icing off the top, and then it's like, oh. So that's my story of creation.
Well, that pisses me off because I wanted the icing.
Yeah. So instead of pastafarian, I'll be a donutarian, and I'll wear like a donut. Yeah, a donutarian. I'll wear like a donut ladle.
Donutarian. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I believe in the Genesis story, the firmament and the waters above and the waters below. I believe in a realm that's flat. I don't believe
you can't roll your tongue, Dolly. You can't roll it. Dolly can't roll her tongue. That's sad.
Roll on, young lady.
Roll on.
I can pick up any language when I used to be really quick picking up like German, or I went to Bali for a while and picked it up within 3 weeks. I was speaking their language, but yeah, I love learning a language. But nowadays,
I got first in my year at school for both French and Japanese, but that's just year 7 and 8. And then in 9 and 10, where your year gets to pick their electives, what everyone's doing, my year didn't get enough numbers to do any language. And so it's just like, okay, right, I was doing great at it. I wanted to do more. It's like, nah. It's like, God, can't you put me in a composite with like the year above? Come on, you know?
Well, I used to complain to me French teacher, I don't get why we're not learning Italian, Greek, or Chinese, because, you know, they're the main ones here, not French, you know, and I ended up making me French teacher cry, and I was forgetting that she was French, and I was saying, I'm not even going to go to bloody France,
My Japanese teacher was
Goes
so
well.
easy to make cry. God, she was brilliant. I got in trouble one day because I caught a fly with my hand, and I got one of my long, fine blonde hairs, and I tied a little lead to it around its neck, and then I had like about a foot of it, and then I tied it to the back of my pencil, and I'm sitting there, and this fly's just going donuts in the air on top of my pencil, and it took her about 10 minutes to notice, and when she saw it, my God, she just went mental, man.
That reminds me of a movie called The Wicker Man, where this kid does that in this school class. She's got a fly tied onto her.
Yeah. And you can pull the wings off, and then you've got your hair, and you call it a walk.
Yeah.
God, what do you call kids?
What do you call it?
Yeah. Actually, make a walk, and we'd be walking our walk at lunchtime.
We got these evil flies here called sand flies or march flies, and you can't hear them coming, and they land on you. I got bitten 4 times when I walked down the street the other day, and they're real big flies, and they...
Oh, yeah. Horse flies, we call them down
They're just evil. Like, they're definitely from Satan,
Yeah, are they the ones with the big stripy bum?
Yeah. They're very grey looking.
Yeah. You get infections from them, man.
They leave a big welt if you don't get them.
Oh, the Countess
like
is counting. Look out.
Yeah. Iodine and betadine. Betadine is the thing that you know. Yeah.
The mosquitoes don't seem to bother me, but those things bother everyone.
The little beach gnats are what get me. I get welts from them.
Oh,
everything else. Yeah.
Why are you counting, Chloe? We got to watch it. The Countess is counting now. That something must have happened. What happened, Chloe?
Yeah, you have horse flies over there, don't you, Dee? There's more or less...
Oh, yeah, we got them. Oh, boy, yeah.
Yeah, they're the same sort of flies.
Yeah, that's what we call them. Even in my area, we call them horse flies or March flies because they come out in March. Yeah.
Look,
I've seen some that are huge that I really was thinking of throwing a saddle on and riding. Some of them, but most of them here where I am are not that bad. This isn't a bad area for that. But there are some places, they're huge.
Yeah,
and very bloodthirsty.
Yeah, where I live, I'm fine because I'm far enough away from cattle paddocks. They're just not a thing around like bush kangaroos. That it's only large
flies will leave you bleeding, really.
Yeah, the large herds of mammals is where they'll be. So as long as you're far enough away from cows, where I live, or even horses too, because there's a lot more horses than cows around where I live. We've got a lot of rodeo stuff going on.
Oh my goodness.
I should get into doing horseshoes, but my God, the insurance. And some of those horses are worth like $500,000 each, their insurance. If you mess up their foot, you're done.
Yeah. I would think twice. Yeah, definitely. I would definitely think twice about that kind of thing. You gotta,
I would like to learn the trade under a licensed farrier just to say I can do it, but I wouldn't want to run my own business and be insured for it. I'd like to work for someone else who's got that sorted and I've got the tickets. If I mess up, it's on
interesting. We've got people in Texas. We've got a lot of people. We got several people in Texas and several people in Oz. And then we've got a smattering elsewhere. Where is everybody? Where are y'all from in there? I have forgotten. Where are y'all? Utah, that's right. Kitty's in Utah.
Utah.
You're going to tell us what Utah? Anyway, Desert Southwest.
Mom and Jill I almost married was from Idaho. And yes, her family does farm 7 different kinds of potatoes. Yes, that is real. Idaho potato Mormon. She was over here doing a teaching exchange.
Utah, which may actually be a far more interesting place than. Yeah,
Starting to get cold.
kind of gravitate to Utah right now. I'm not sure what's going on with that. Mm.
A whole state run by Mormons.
Oh yeah, New York City.
From California, he says.
California. Yeah, exactly. Lewis, so we got several
Hurry up
people
and
in
succeed
California.
in the US with all that woke crap and get out of the country.
Yeah. Oh, there you go, Brandy. How you doing? Brandy's in there.
Oh, you know what I'm thinking, Ken, with my caravan?
The sailors say, Brandy,
I'm taking the ferry to bloody Tasmania and not coming back.
Tasmania.
The island I was living on, they want.
Do they have horseflies?
They only got 100 people living there. They're no cops, no cancel, no crime. They all do their own thing.
I got invited during COVID to go away with my mates to visit Pacific Islanders and do welding for them because they just had a big tsunami and people weren't getting any work here. So there was a big mob of us metal workers and woodworkers and shit that were going to head over. And I'm like, dude, I've got mental health problems. Unless you're going to hold my hand the whole time, I don't think I'm down for it. But they're like, no, dude, you can build a generator from a washing machine. Come. And I'm like, no. But I got invited.
Yeah, but Tassie, I've heard
you want to go. Now, how many of you are with me on this? I've decided in D5, no mosquitoes. Or horse
flies. They're evil. They're from Satan too.
Mosquitoes don't bother me. Flies annoy me more than mosquitoes. When they just keep landing on that one spot.
Horse flies gotta go too.
You know when you're holding your mouse and you shoot the fly and it just comes right back. And you do it
I've had a many. Today's the first
day. You lose your absolute mind. Yeah, it's those ones that get me. Yeah.
And you get rid of them, and somehow one turns up in your caravan in the morning, landing on your face while you're waking up.
Yeah. Because I do my arts and crafts, so like I'm doing this really fine acid etching, and then this fly will just decide it wants to live on my hand, and it's just like fuck you, and I'm just like no, I'm just gonna leave it there. If I shoo it, it's just yeah. It's like yeah.
Well, I used to make floggers, and we called them medieval fly swatters.
Oh yeah,
that's hot as. I don't mind.
They work really good for that. Believe me or not.
Oh,
yeah.
You can wet them in
Try it. Get yourself a flogger and smack them flies with a flogger. They don't know where it's coming from. They're getting hit from all because of the way
you reminded me of Pony Club girls, Dave. You stop it, or I'll be. The elves will be pitching a tent in a moment if you keep talking about floggers and pony clubs.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah. Elf is like the town fucking blacksmith guy, so the pony club girls are all like, oh. Yeah.
Oh, the skeets have got to go. She's calling them skeets.
I'm the guy they call on the day when
let me tell you, in the summer,
we call them mozzies.
Mozzies, yeah, mozzies. In the summertime, I'm in a wetlands, love. There's a bog right down the road. In the summertime, you had better have some kind of protection, and or else you're going to come in looking like you've been hit with a pincushion.
Well, before I went up the street yesterday, I put this stuff on, And I know it's got aluminum in it. I hate using it.
I put it on my clothing rather than my skin, though.
Yeah,
it keeps my way
I put on my hat.
I don't want it on the skin.
It's bad.
It's like in long grass in the bush. I wear the knee-high wellies, the big gum boots, and because they're smooth rubber, I spray them down with that repellent. And as long as I'm walking through long grass and I'm careful what I brush up against, I find it's the long grass that all the grass ticks will crawl up, yeah? And so, I just wear me rubber boots with repellent on them, and I can handle the odd mossy buzzing around me, It's more for bloody ticks on the south coast, man. They're a nightmare.
Oh, not for the snakes, no.
Release the
No, just
mosquito
ticks.
hawks. Yes.
God, every snake here is, is deadly, except the black snake. They
Yeah. I've
they're
grown
venomous.
up. I've grown up in the same forest, in the same area, and I've only ever seen one brown snake in my entire life. But I'm the guy out of like 5 farms that if there's a red belly stuck in your chook pen, because the red belly's after the mice getting into the wire, it won't eat a whole bloody
Big
chook or a whole egg.
Justinson. Yeah.
And
Hello,
the
Big
red
Justin.
Bellies are great. I love
Yeah.
red bellies.
Yeah, the red belly's venom's designed to eat other reptiles and amphibians. They don't have mammal venom. We're not their targets. And so if you look after the red bellies and save them, and I've only ever seen one brown snake, the red bellies will go around and eat all the baby
They
other
keep
snakes.
the browns and the tigers. Yeah.
Yeah,
Where I was,
they'll eat the other snakes for you. Yeah.
where I was living, like the last summer I was there 3-4 years ago. In one
Well,
week,
I'm so glad Big Justin is here and not that other pantless guy.
I had
Anyway,
4 snakes turn up in 1 week. 2 tigers, a black and a brown. And
Yeah, no,
it was
yeah.
a nightmare. They tried to kill me.
And you're cooler down south, and you've got more species than my area. I think everyone's just killed out the browns, and so only if you
what?
get
Peanut oil is
Mate, up in the hills near you, he's got big blue tongues living there, and goannas, and
we got all that.
no snakes anywhere.
you've
My
got
goanna, I've got
to
photos.
Sorry,
of that.
explain that, Dolly.
Sorry,
Sorry,
up.
Yeah.
I'm going to mute. Have my joy.
Rancid peanut oil in a spray bottle? Are you kidding me?
Ugh.
Rancid peanut oil. It can't be fresh peanut oil. Is that a Mozzie spray? Can it be that easy? Really? I need that soon. I'm going to need that soon. Take what back?
Brandy's got gators, bugs, snakes, sharks, coyotes. We got alligators. Crocodiles, snakes, yowies.
Snake, shark, coyotes.
Don't forget about the drop bears and the leaping lions, mate.
Yeah.
Them leaping lions in the outback.
I'm teasing,
They're
Chloe,
getting a
and
bit
you know
dangerous
that.
these days.
I've been living amongst drop bears when I was on French Island. The whole island's full of them.
They're dangerous, mate. But you walk under one and they're like cannonball, and then they like kill you, and then they'll cannibalize your corpse.
They tear your face off. But if you go up behind them and pat them on the back, they'll try to swipe you, but you just back off a little bit and pat them again, and then they start liking it.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know there was any dealing with a drop bear.
Big bugs like aliens.
I just thought you whacked them with a hammer because they hit the ground like rocks if they miss you. You got to have your stonemason till they're ready to put them down like a vampire, those bastard things.
I had a pet one for 10 years before I come here. It used to come and visit me and come down. And
how about them inland leaping lions, mate? They're getting out of hand since they've been protected.
The leaping lions.
That's just another made-up Australian cryptid. I just made it up. The leaping lion, because everything hops.
Well, I seen two thylacines 4 years ago.
Yeah, he's seen some extinct animals.
In Victoria,
which has been predicted that we would be seeing some extinct animals.
You're not near East Gippsland.
I was told I was tripping, D, and then everyone in town started backing me up. I found all these people had seen them.
Are you near East Gippsland?
Yeah, I'm right as east and south as you can get.
Dude, like my local
right on the 90-mile beach, yeah.
Yeah, my local area isn't like we'd say we've seen thylacines, but I could walk down to the pub and crack a beer and just talk out loud. Who's got a yowie story for me? And 10 people will put their hands up and no one will laugh. Everyone will gather around to hear it. And it's just like a thing here,
What are your Sasquatch like? What are your hairy men like down there?
He knows plenty of seen yowies,
Yeah, we got three main types of yowies. We've got the tall, thin, mostly chilled ones called quinkins, But we've got 256 different Aborigine nations, and so this is just a westernized version of it for you. And so we got the tall ones, which are the Quinkans, and they're your general Yowie, your Yahoo. And then you got these small 3-foot ones, and they're the little bugger bastards that'll nick your kids.
Junjiji or something.
Junjidi. Yeah, Junjadi or Junjidi.
We call them knack-knack. The locals here call them knack-knacks. We've got...
Yeah. There's, like I say, 256 different regions. This is just the white man overview. So, yeah. You got your little bastard ones, and they're the little bastards. They're the
worst. They're worse than the big ones. Yeah.
Because they're the ones that'll nick your kids. They won't fight humans, but they will do foothold traps in trails. So your foot will go through a bit of brush, and you'll split your bloody ankle open. And that's the kind of stuff the Junjidi do. And
traps! Now wait a minute. What?
Yeah, the little bastard ones will make foot traps for adults and stuff, but they'll totally nick your kids and bugger off, like missing 411 stuff.
They're known as mischievous demons.
They'll take your kids?
Yeah, everyone's at war with the little ones. The big Quinkans and the Yowies don't like Junjidis either, and neither do the humans or the Aborigines. No one likes Junjidis.
They're the worst.
Yeah. They're little devil things, and because they're the smallest, they're the most angry that everyone's taking.
So they're kind of chupacabra-like, huh?
Yeah, as soon as they think they can get a leg over on someone about their size, which to us is a kid, they're going to do it right anyway. And then we've got one big one that lives in the outback across the mountains, and he's the cannibal of the outback. And he's the big one, like your North American Sasquatch with the broad shoulders built like a fridge. And he's got the red eyes and the fangs. And that's Dooligal or Dooliga, depending on where you're from, the cannibal of the outback. And the famous legend of the most famous ones called Taramali. And he kind of know all that. Taramali would be familiar, and Dooliga and all that. But yeah, Taramali is a famous Dooliga, basically. And they're the cannibals, and it's only when there's great droughts and hardship inland that it's a bit.
And they live in caves and things, I hear.
Yeah, it's about every 7 to 14 years the Dooliga will visit the coast when there's a bad drought, and then everyone just fucking scatters out of the mountains. Because
I asked a few Indigenous what happened during the bushfires, and they go, they all would have gone underground.
Wow, we're going to have a show where we talk about that. I want to hear the stories about that.
We've got an unbroken cave.
Luna.
One sec. Yeah. We've got an unbroken cave system on the New South Wales coast that follows that volcanic mountain ridge, the Great Dividing Range of lava tubes. And Jenolan Caves is a tourist attraction. But did you know no one's ever mapped that? And they think it's connected from here to near bloody southern Queensland, mate, underground. No one's ever been in there. It's too big.
And they block entrances off too,
Yep.
I've heard the caves here end up in New South Wales,
Yeah. Yeah, exactly, mate. Yeah, the whole eastern coast is that Great Dividing Range, and that's the lava uppush. And there's lava tubes all through it, connecting the whole east coast apparently underground, and only certain little touristy spots where you can just see a few stalactites walled off is what they show the public. But apparently you can walk from one end to the other. I've heard Aboriginal legends about people that live in there.
Yeah, you got to listen to the local, Indigenous, because they know the places you don't go,
To Brandy Robinson, a Yowie is an Australian Yahoo, and that's a westernised term for a hairy man. Yeah. Hairy man's more Aussie. Bigfoot, Sasquatch.
Well, most Indigenous, they just call him hairy man.
Yeah, hairy man. But it's even global because they're everywhere, and everyone just calls them hairy man. Bigfoot's, yeah. And so the Aussie hairy man's a Yowie. Yeah, and we've got 3 types. Yeah.
I've known a few people have seen them. Yeah.
The ones around here are really friendly. Well, at least for me, they are.
I know. I saw Harry and the Hendersons, changed my whole mind on Bigfoot.
Strange. It's like in different parts, they're entirely different
It
personality.
makes sense on environmental pressures. If your life
Mhm.
is really hard to live and other people are taking your stuff, you're going to be angry. But if it's like a great season, there's fruit and berries everywhere, you're just going to be chilled, hanging out there, munging your berries, and someone comes across you and like, oh crap, I'm busted, and you go bush mode. You know,
Yeah, because they don't want to bring trouble on their tribes. You know, they don't want to kill someone and then suddenly, because they know they'll hunt them. You know.
Yep, that's what I reckon missing 411 is why they find the people in such weird places. Because I reckon a juvenile Bigfoot wants to play just like a juvenile human. Like all children want to play. And they don't see race, genders, or sexes or whatever, you know. They're just kids wanting to play. But humans are coloured in bright colours. And they're in the, you know, it's just so tempting if you're a baby Sasquatch to go play with them. And if they're wrestling and you wrestle a little bit, you're a million times stronger than them, and you accidentally rip their arm out of the socket and start screaming. You're like, and then the parents realize that the juvenile Sasquatch has messed up a kid. They're going to grab the thing, shove it up a mountain, and bail for 100 miles because they know humans will burn down a forest to find a kid, man. You know, we will.
Well, it's like I've learned that from like the kangaroos here, where I used to live off the grid. Whenever I saw a bunch of kangas, they were out of there. They'd take off. They'd be gone, you know, because they've been hunted all the time. Whereas in this town, they're protected, and they've been living in this town. Yeah. They hang around the streets. You see them walking up the street. You know, it's just like how most Americans think Australia is. That's what it is in this town. The kangaroos rule the town. And,
that's my area.
You know, I get on well with a couple of them.
My area is super farmy, super foodie, super hippie, surfers, skaties, artists, musicians. I'm in that like South Coast belt of just all the weird people. And like animals just literally know no one's going to touch them. And you'll get like a black cockatoo fly right up to your ear and just go, just because it's an arsehole and it knows you're not going to do anything to it. They'll swear they know.
Cockatoos are characters. They really are.
But anywhere else in the bush, if you see a cockatoo, they just disappear and they don't like you. But as soon as you go into town and there's all the hippies hanging around, they'll fly up right next to you and just go, because they can. It's like, God, I hate you.
I'm having great interaction with the magpies here. I've known them for about 4 years and
love them. Yeah.
Now they're just coming right up to me feet. Even when me dog's there, I'm teaching me dog not to run after him because he gets jealous. Because
only when they
talk back. They actually talk because I raised magpies when I was young, so I know exactly the sounds to make, and they get. You know,
and did you know when I visit my friends in other towns, their magpie morning warbles is a different dialect than my town's magpie morning warbles. It's the same tune, but it's different. And magpies will actually have different dialects based on regions. And so I can talk to my regional magpies, but I can't whistle at other ones. They don't know what I'm saying. You know,
that's what I know is magpies have the highest vocabulary of all birds on Earth.
Yep.
And including parrots and that, because parrots will just copy the sound, whereas magpies
magpies are corvids and probably the American magpies aren't actually corvids, whereas ours are. Like ours are
the ones in America they look totally different. They're a bit smaller.
They're more like a sparrow, you know, whereas ours are actually related to ravens and crows more directly.
Yeah.
And
do you get currawongs? Currawongs are funny as
we only get crows in bad seasons. We've always got currawongs. They're like a native thing here.
They're one of my favorites.
They're the one with the white stripe in the wing, right?
Yeah.
And
I had one here for a while. It was hanging around teasing me dogs. It would play a game with them.
Yeah, RJ, have a good evening.
Try to take their bones
or whatever you're having.
But I've always had black and white pets, like giant black farm dogs with the white tips, and then like a little black and white dump cat. And and then the magpies were trained to swoop parrots and rosellas in the fruit trees, and then they get fed. I could whistle them up, and they kill seed eaters messing with my fruit, because the magpies are super territorial in summer when your fruit's on, and they're like, stuff this bird. I'm gonna go get some hot chips in Devon off the humans, and they'd mess the birds up for me. But also, when the screen doors open, I'd walk out in the kitchen, and here's the cat and the magpie sharing a bowl of cat biscuits, and I'm like, what the hell?
No, they're so smart. They know how to get around other animals too. You know, I raised them as a kid. You know, I had a pet magpie that hung around with dogs and cats, and for 3 years, and then I raised a couple more that I saved. And they're just so intelligent. He'd wake me up every morning, nudging me. You know, going to get up.
We live like an endless forest, but we've just got this little perimeter of our clearing with our fruit trees on it, and that's all we want to protect. And that's where the cat and dog thinks their thing is. And the magpies were part of that thing. And so we're all just one clan, and they're all black and white. And so, the magpie used to rock in with the cat and eat the cat biscuits or whatever. You know, no one cared. It's like, okay.
Well, one magpie here, I've noticed, it doesn't like the other magpies getting too close to me, and it starts attacking them if they get close to me. And it's like, wow, you know, he's my friend.
Does it have a white or a black neck?
Oh, white, yeah, big male, yeah, white. So he's not a female.
Yeah, no, you are. Yeah, the males do have more brighter patches. Yes, yeah, the males are the ones with the. That's what I was about to ask.
Yeah, big white. I filmed them. I've been filming them every time I go. You know,
well, I think sexual dimorphism is a huge thing in nature, and it's like things of different genders will bond across species, right? No, things of different genders will bond across species in ways that two males of the same species or even different species can't. You know, it's just that there's a paternal instinct in all males, birds, and most higher learned, warm-blooded things. You know, it's just And I think it's.
Well, I got this kangaroo. I got this kangaroo. She comes around all the time for her baby. And I remember, like 3 years ago, when she was a baby coming out the pouch, and her mum showing her off to me, you know, and I used to get real close to, you know.
I've had this.
They got good memories, animals. Yeah, you see, the thing with animals is people get surprised how smart they are, and it's like, I don't get that, because I've always known they're smarter than most people.
You got these city people that are highly religious, and they're saying humans are the only self-aware thing on the planet. It's like, no, go out into the woods and try and spook a wild animal. I'm pretty sure it's self-aware and it's going to mess you up. You know, like.
Yeah. No, always.
See, that's the thing too, is that I think there's a lot more self-aware. I think. Okay, that's one of the reasons maybe they hide cryptids, is because they don't want to admit that there's more self-aware things than humans. They just don't want to admit it. There's plenty of things out there that are not us that are self-aware.
Some of the dogs I've had over the years were smarter than some of the people I knew at the time.
I think 90% of
dogs would be telling me that person's an idiot.
Yeah, I think 90% of pet owners will agree with you there. It's easier to talk and communicate with your dog than some moron people.
Oh,
you know,
God. I had Rottweilers for the first 10 years of my dog life.
Them. Yeah, Rottweilers,
and they're nothing like what they're the most trustworthy, beautiful, gentle.
But there's American, English, and Australian. And Australian Rottweilers are like nanas and couch potatoes, right? And if the kids are at play in the backyard, the Rottweiler's going to be there watching them. And if you touch the fence, it's going to run over and eat you. But if it's on the front and the kids are at school and there's no one home, and you walk up and knock on the door, it's going to sit there and look at you like you're an idiot. You know? Yeah,
Rottweilers will let an intruder in, but they won't let them out. You know?
Great Danes are bad for that, but
except for it depends on how you train them. My Rottweilers never,
Well, it's also people's body language. Like I grew up on farms around big
look,
dogs,
my
and
first
I know
dog
what
used
I'm
to
doing.
tell me,
Yeah.
oh, my first dog was just like a god the way he sensed. He would literally tell you who you could trust, who you couldn't. He very protective of women and children, and you know,
like is he a big mongrel Aussie farm dog too?
What's
I
that?
never had
Is he a
problems with
is he a
any dog,
crossbreed of the
really.
local area? Is that like the
And
local
hardly
mixed
ever
breed
any
dog?
Oh no,
cats.
he was
And
a big
hardly ever
giant.
in anything.
Yeah, like
I'm generally
Sorry,
liked by animals, so
like my town Maruya just has the Maruya dog, and it's always a big black mutt. Like my new best friend's dog is a black Siberian Malamute thing, cross wolfhound, and she can't have visitors because it's just so protective. But I'm like, grew up with big farm dogs, and I'm just straight up, mate. Good boy, hand straight on the head and give him a pat and walk off like it's nothing. And he's standing there going, "But I was being mean to you. Why doesn't he care?" And he's just confused looking at me. And I'm just like, yeah, okay. Don't worry, I'm fine, dude. And he's just like, oh, that dude's not afraid from you.
yeah.
Must be
For
cool.
some reason, animals just like me, and I don't. They like me.
So yeah,
So
they've always been like that.
I guess I'm not very threatening.
They go, my dog or cat doesn't trust anyone. How come it's going up to you? This is amazing.
Oh no,
Yeah,
my last
cat person.
My last dog, Ragnar, was just literally the town dog. Like, it's just like I don't believe in fences or whatever. And Ragnar was just so chilled with everyone. And we lived at the top of the hill in the back of this like old person village. Like everyone in this beach is like a retirement home, and like the old 1930s trashed cottages are all cheap for like people like me. But I had like this whole street to myself with just oldies and cool people. And me and Ragnar were up the top, my giant black dog, and he'd like check cars coming down and jump in the window for a pat and a cuddle. And if someone was having a birthday party down the road, I'd have to send him down, and he'd carry his own bag down with all his toys and his blow up bed and stuff in it. And I wouldn't see him for 3 days. He used to even go for a drive with the dude that did the power meters. The dude for the power meters, like, oh, your dog jumped in my car and he's not getting out. And I'm like, here's his bag. Do you want to take him for a drive for the day? And he's like, yeah, cool. And yeah, Ragnar just goes for a drive and he gets dropped off at 5:30. And I've got the Barbie on, and the bloke gets a sausage sandwich. You know, take that home or mung that now.
Yeah, I used to walk my dog through the Dandenong Ranges. I used to live up in the mountains near Melbourne, and shopkeepers there used to come running out, giving me like a big bag of pies and sausage rolls and that for me dog. Or I'll be going past another shop, and that, you know, I was forever getting all these treats. Everyone loved him so much.
Yeah, when you got an awesome big dog in a country town, people just love big happy dogs, right? And yeah, I was like that. Ragnar got free bones from the butcher just because I'd have him with me everywhere. You know, I've got the separation anxiety, not the dog. He's on my safety net. And
I had other Rottweilers attack my dog, and he'd just pin him down, hold him down, and then they'd get up and run off. You know, he never ever tore a dog to pieces or anything. He just pin him down.
I had a little black
lab.
I hear though that in Australia that the roost tried to drown dogs.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they'll lead him to water and they'll sink him in the mud because the kangaroos have flat ankles and they can get a lot of body weight down because the way they hop, they normally sit up like that, but they can sit down on their heels. And they know they've got like mud shoes, man. Yeah. And they can, and they know the dogs can't. And if they get those hands on them, they push them in. Yeah.
Well, I used to take my dogs down this dam, and I started finding these kangaroos down at the dam, you know, with the whole guts ripped open, all the intestines pulled out. And it would happen like every 6 months. It was like, what the hell's going on? And wallabies. And it was like they just torn to shreds. Then I
But
found this.
not eaten.
No.
And were there more than one? Was there like a bit of a carnage scene, or was it just the odd one?
It just seemed like one creature did it, and I found
Okay.
this burrow.
No. But how many torn up things like prey did you find from whatever did it? Was it just one creature that was messed up, or was it like a trail of messed up stuff? But none of it was eaten.
Good night, Kitty.
It was like
we
every
miss you. Dream
4
well.
months or so, I'd go down this dam and I'd find one just totally
Blessings.
Okay,
Yeah.
right, yeah.
ripped out, and that was it. You know, just
okay,
this
yeah.
torn
I
up.
was about to say, because wild dogs have a behaviour that'll go into a frenzy, and they'll go around and attack one baby lamb or one joey and move on to the next
Nothing
one, whatever's running.
Nothing like a wild dog, no.
Yeah, and that's what I was thinking. Like, if there's just one thing that's been brutalised, that's not wild dogs, because wild dogs will do the frenzy thing and they'll attack a whole lot of stuff, but nothing's really eaten. They're just having a game of it, you know? Yeah.
No, I found one down the dam one day. I was down there with a girlfriend and me dog, and I've pulled it out of the dam, got a rope around it, pulled it up onto this land about 20 foot away from the dam, and I've gone up to get a shovel, and we've come back, and the kangaroo's been dragged back into the dam across the other side and halfway up the other side. So whatever was doing it, wanted it, did not want me to.
How big was the roo?
Wow.
Oh, he's probably about, only a 3.5 footer,
I reckon that could be a big goanna, mate. They can swim really well and grab.
Well,
we
got 12-foot goannas here, so you could be right there.
A big goanna, mate. That lace monitor tail can swim. If you ever seen a goanna swim, dude, a big one, my God, it's scary. I reckon it could swim a small 3-foot roo across the bloody river, easy. A big one, yeah.
Yeah, I had a 12-foot goanna. I measured it, actually. It hung around all day. It was weird. One morning, real hot day in a log cabin I was living at, just not up the road. And my little Rottweiler, she was a descendant of my first one, and she was barking at the door, and I've opened the door and couldn't see anything, and then went back, and I'm watching this show on dinosaurs, Dinotopia or something, some series.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. 4 meters is too long. That's Megalania. That's not goanna.
And I've opened the door, and there's this gigantic goanna shading itself under the porch. And it was the biggest lizard I'd ever seen in my life.
Dude,
I've never seen
I got photos of Gus, and I even did chalk marks on the veranda where she walks, because we just called it Gus because it was a monster of a thing. And I remember it from when I was 8 years old, rolled up looking black on the water tank of the house, the big concrete tank that was lime washed white, and so it was absorbing a lot of sun, warming up. And we thought someone had dumped a tire at our place. And then once we got out the car and started walking up to the house, the tire jumped up and ran off. That was when I was 8, and it only just passed away. And I'm about 39 this year, and it passed away about 2.5 years ago. And this girl,
okay,
mate,
Chloe, dream well, love.
She was literally 2 meters
long. Dream well, Countess,
2.5 feet.
and big hugs.
And I could stand next to her having my cup of tea in the morning, because we got outside fridges and freezers, and I'd stack them up on bricks so she can fit under them, because the mice want to nest in the warm spots in winter in your fridge and freezer. And as soon as she comes out of hibernation, she's in there, and it's a bloodbath. It's hilarious, man. It's so good to see her getting in there. And so her first dinner coming out of hibernation is getting me mice and rats out of my fridge for me.
But,
I love it. I hung around with this one for a day or two, and it was fine. I'd give it bananas and eggs.
Yeah, you can stand there right next to them, but if you look at them with 2 eyes, like a fox or an eagle, then they'll hiss at you, right? And so that's what I do. I just side eye them and stand next to them, having me smoke and cup of tea, and I look like I'm doing my thing with my mouth, and so I'm not eating you. You know, yeah.
My dog was able to sit 10 foot away from it, and it just seemed to know he wasn't
my giant black farm dog that was a monster would run inside if the goanna was out the front.
Sorry, dude.
Dream well and dream big, Chloe.
Do you ever live stream at all, Puck?
Yes, I've got a live stream prepared later. We're gonna do $23 worth of instant scratchies, and so instead of me swearing at randoms on the internet, you can hear me swear at the numbers in colourful Australian while I lose $23. But $3 worth of the free ones from last time, and so I just put another $20 in. And I just do it once a fortnight for fun. I don't
see anything wrong with doing it every now and then. No.
I'm on disability, and so $20 a fortnight, and it gives me a good, fun, drunk stream to do, unwind, and instead of swearing at everyone, I can swear at the numbers, and it's hilarious. You know, yeah.
Excellent.
Okay, you can drop the link if you want. I will be sleeping because I'm about to toddle off myself very soon.
I thought you might be getting a bit tired.
As much fun as it's been to have y'all on from down under.
I'll jump out and let you and Ken talk for like 5 or 10 minutes because I've been ranting all night. So good night.
Okay. A
real Aussie night tonight for you.
Yeah, it's an Aussie night. I don't mind. I'm happy to have my Aussies on for.
Hi, Brody. So later, D.
And we haven't seen you for a while, Ken. Not too often. Kind of missed my old friends.
Yeah, I've been. I didn't have a computer for a while. My old one of 15 years or so died, and then I bought a new one. I had to save up a month. It's working good. Yeah, a lot faster. Used to take 10 minutes to start my computer up.
That's a good show, Puck.
1 minute.
Yeah. Have a good day, mate.
Yeah. Yeah, I might catch you on your live stream, Puck. I'll check later. Yeah, cool. See what scratches.
Oh, good. Now you got somebody down there to talk to more. So that's good.
I've got a good mate, Mad Pineman, and he's just vanished now. He used to come and visit me, you know. I met him online when he's a
Thanks for coming up. Yeah. And being entertaining.
Yeah. Jeez.
So
I don't have to cook when I get too drunk later because I've already cooked it and just have to heat it up and what is it? You don't eat lamb roast, do you, over there? But that's my.
Oh. I see.
And corn, and I've got potatoes and pumpkin, and they're already cooked. But I don't know what is that.
I had a nice big chuck roast.
Nice. I have one roast a week. You know, it's like a tradition. Me grandma did it. Me mum did it. So
it usually lasts me 3 or 4 or 5 meals if it's a big one. But this last one was like 4 meals.
I make a stew out of it if I've got too much. I'll put it with, like, make a veggie.
I forgot about that. I should have made stew.
Hey, we can do it.
I will next time. I will. The other thing I got to do is I got to put the chicken carcass in to make a bone broth, my weekly bone broth. So,
I've also got to make a gravy for this meal with mushrooms. I'm going to cook mushrooms and gravy. Yeah, mushroom gravy on me. And I've got mint sauce. Yep. You've got to have mint sauce on lamb. Yeah, it's like an Aussie tradition.
Mm.
Mint's good, you know.
Oh, cool. Dance with the Ocean ad that woo Dancing with the Star. Oh, thank you. I found it's cheaper to share a roast and veg with my big dog than buy dog food. It could be, actually.
That's what I do.
I kind of wish that Cowboy would eat. But you know what? He's really not much into human food. He just doesn't like it that much.
Oh, my dogs have always eaten what I eat. When it's Christmas or my birthday or whatever, I'm always by myself normally, and so I do a tradition where I cook a roast and share it with my dogs, you know. And
I think we're getting some. Are we getting song requests? Maybe.
Eurovision is on soon. What's that?
Eurovision. I don't know anything about that.
I don't know. ESP when I got food stamps. Yeah, I went to a place where you get free food last week.
Man, I went and got food at a food bank. They gave me some good stuff. I got the Dumas meat is really good from a farmer. I got some wild caught fish.
Oh, wow.
Wow. I mean, sometimes I look out and they give me some pretty damn good stuff.
I get these like microwave meals that they're called Fair Share, and it's the worst food you could ever, like if they fed it in a prison.
It's absolutely the worst food.
And I give it to me dog, he thinks it's okay. And they're not even enough to fill an adult, the tiny little fucking things. It's like they think we're going to accept eating this shit. And at the place here, they charge $1 each one. It's like all the other places for free. It's like, what? Scabs. But no, I've got some good stuff. I always get stuff at these places where it's enough to feed me dog for 2 weeks, rice, noodles, veggies, mince.
Well, my little kitty cat, he gets the best food I can afford him.
It's not easy.
The mostly meat stuff. So
it's easy to feed a cat the best stuff because they don't eat much. Like you can afford the best bloody,
Well, it's still expensive though, but I love him.
I had 2 cats and they would not eat cat food. I'd open a can of cat food, they refused to eat it. Then I'd feed me Rottweiler and they'd only want to eat what he ate. It's like, and he used to sit there watching them eat his food. He knew they weren't going to eat much. And then as soon as they were finished, he'd eat, He's such a gentleman. God, I'm reminiscing of it.
In New York City, the illegals are throwing away what the locals depended on. See, that's just it. Oh, we don't like the free food. We're illegal aliens, but we don't like the free food.
We want
money to buy our food. Yeah. Oh, well, why in the hell then are they not giving them a food card? Because if you give them money,
what sort of food are they giving them? It's probably
debit card. You know where that's going. The debit card isn't going to food.
It's going to rain tonight.
But they won't give people on welfare a debit card, but they'll give an illegal a welfare they'll give an illegal a debit card. That's fucking ridiculous.
See, they come here.
You know what? We've had it in this country. This country, we've just about had it with this bullshit.
Yeah. Here, as soon as they come over from Sudan, that's seems to be the only place refugees are coming from here for the last fucking 5 years. All these black African gangs that claim they're Muslims, but they're raping and pillaging, which is against the Muslim religion. But anyway, that's another story. But they get a fucking house, whatever bedrooms they need. They get a $70,000 brand new 4-wheel drive, and they don't even have to work. And then the kids are told they can go and commit any crime they fucking want. You can rape, murder, pillage, kidnap. That's exactly what's happening here in Melbourne. Anyway, I love all races. It's just they seem to find the worst case scenarios to bring over here. They're all got Reeboks and wearing the greatest stuff and iPads and dressed as rich as, like they just come out of fucking Hollywood Hills or something. And how? I can't afford the shit they got. And they're meant to be refugees fleeing from some horror in the country that is actually owned by the UN, the EU, Yeah, I was wondering, how come we're not getting other African people, who really are in bad trouble, like Tanzanians or,
Something odd is there's something going on in the background that's not kosher.
I mean, I was watching one on Ireland, oh my God, a poor Ireland. They're going through what Sweden and Germany are going through, and they're sending all these crazy, Middle Easterns, Middle Earthans, I call them now. You got to talk code.
No, I don't know. Middle Earthans are said to be like about 7 or 8 feet tall, really.
Well, the ones in Morty, the orcs, the orcs are taking over Middle Earth right now, and the elves and the hobbits are in some place called Gazopitopia or something. And they're getting, Sauron Yahoo Serious is really destroying,
Wow.
I just hope Frodo can make it to the volcano.
I really think I'm like I said, folks, get out of the cities if you can. Get away from the cities, all the cities.
Yep.
Something's coming, and it's going to happen in the cities mostly.
I was in a city a year.
I just got that as the biggest. That's just one of the best things I can tell you is because if they're going to do anything really crappy, it's going to be in a city because I figure that's the densest population. Get away from there.
Well, it's like everyone in the city I knew were going for whatever bullshit, and all us country folk were not buying it. And
yeah, the country folk are not. See, that's what I say. Around here, then let me tell you something. You think you're going to pull some shit around here, though? Out where I am? We got farmers around here. They got guns. We got rednecks around here. You know for a fact they got guns.
God, for some rednecks.
We got rednecks. They got guns. I guarantee you. Okay. We are not going to put up with this shit. Okay. I am not worried about out here where I am, but I am a little worried about the people in the cities.
You're not going to just go.
But out here, you're going to get your freaking head blown off if you try any shit. Okay. This ain't no joke out here, and they're not going to put up with it. So, it's like, so here's warning to all of you, if you're thinking you're going out in the country and you're going to raise some hell, you're going to get your heads blown off because the farmers and the rednecks, they love their gun. The farmers have to have their guns. The rednecks just enjoy themselves having the guns. So you know what? They're going to blow your head off. So don't even come. Don't even bother. But in the cities, what they got to deal with is the gangs. That's your own problem, you know.
Yeah, I'm still pretty good with a gun. I started shooting when I was 12, and like when I was a kid, we were Jehovah's Witnesses and weren't allowed to play cowboys and Indians with guns and stuff, but toy guns. As soon as I was 11, 12, here's a gun, go get some rabbits, you know. Me and my older brothers. But the funny thing was, I was an excellent shot, but I just didn't like killing animals. So I left that to my brothers, and I was the sucker who had to prepare the animals, you know, so I knew how to prepare a rabbit and hens, you know. I used to have to do that. But yeah, I mean, you know, you can still live like that without actually killing an animal if you got, you know, older brothers to do it, because they were sadistic. I mean, not sadistic, but just no empathy. You know? My older
Well,
brother,
you know, it's like
those cute little rabbits, then boom, boom.
honestly, I think that people are. I think that things are going to be changing right around. Don't you feel like somewhere
Yeah, I think
around?
this year's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, this is going to be a crazy year, and people, I think, are going to get fed up enough to finally do something.
I heard
Get
so
off
many
their
people
asses
going,
and do
"Oh, this
something.
year's gonna be okay. It'll be the year after." I'm going, "No, I don't. Oh, I think it's all gonna go to shit this year for sure." Yeah. I just got a bad feel. I just feel it, you know, that they're gonna bring out some fucking thing. I don't know what it's gonna be. Sorry about swearing. It's an Aussie thing. God, I used to go to Christians YouTubers and I'd swear and they go, "Hey, no swearing allowed in this site." And I go, "Oh, come on, I'm sure the apostles swore." And no,
That
you're
was
bad.
so
Yeah.
weird. I went to this guy's channel, and he was supposed to be like a star seed. He was supposed to be like a Lyran star seed
So enlightened.
and a prince and blah blah blah. And I said a few words, and I guess
Help
and
create
he
the
said, "Oh,
universe.
that's okay." And I said, "Well, I'm a star seed too," and so on. "Oh, well, that's okay." But then when I said, "Well, and I believe that I'm God, and so are you." And he's like, "What?" And he started swearing and cursing at me, and like, "Oh,
Yeah.
get that person and
How
delete that
dare
person."
you
Yeah, I'm like,
compete with me?
"Wow, that was very princely of you, fella." So
Yeah, how enlightened you are. You.
very enlightened, very enlightened. You know,
Oh, you're
but I'm
so
gonna get her out there. We don't want any weird people saying that God in here.
enlightened.
It's like,
It cracks you up. It's like the
people have come in here saying a lot of weird shit. I don't act like that.
yeah.
There's only been very few times that I've ever been anything less than polite to people, even if they're dicks. We'll just like time them out, or
Hmm.
maybe we'll say, "Okay, I'm sorry, but we have to boot you." But we never curse them out, and all that bullshit. It's just ridiculous.
I got
I mean,
accused of I was on a live stream a while back and I got accused of trying to get the guy a strike. I'd known him for a while, but there's this other Christian woman there who's just a shit stir going on. He's trying to get you taken down, Pat. Get rid of him. And, he's a demon. He's sent here to try to disrupt your whole thing. And yet this guy knows all these other people who know me, and this one influencer on his channel, totally got him to fucking. Anyway, he changed his mind since then, but it's funny because we become worst enemies and now we're friends again. He's just someone from America.
well, what I think is really think about it, people. Who looks better? The guy who's cool and calm and like, okay, whatever. Or the one who's swearing and cussing? Who is really more in control of the game? I'm
Yeah, I admit
nothing
I've got a bit
fine. I
fiery on
give
some.
a damn if you're cussing and swearing. It's like it's nothing to me. It's gonna roll right off of me. But who looks like, who looks cooler?
Yeah.
Not the swearing one.
And that stream was taken down because it did make them look like a bunch of assholes who they were totally attacking me. And then, but some of them there they liked me, so it all. Anyway, that was like a year ago. But,
It's like you know what? It's like the whole thing is I wish we had. Well, we have a certain amount of freedom. Not totally.
Just so up for America.
I think we can make our own minds up who's an asshole and who's not. We don't have to be told who's an asshole and who's not. I think we've got, the brains to be able to do that most of the time. But
and most of us just want to be ourselves. We don't need to put on an act.
We don't need to put on any
bullshit. Need the bullshit. There's enough bullshit.
I don't bullshit you guys, and you know that. You know that. I don't even wear makeup on here. Okay. So, and I tell you, if I'm wearing my bangs, I'm telling you, I'm wearing my bangs. That's all.
But I've never been into telling tall stories because life's crazy enough as it is. There's enough tall stories in reality, why need to make up shit, People
right. I have no need to make up anything. There is so much shit going on in my life and around me. I have nothing, and I have had such an interesting life. I have absolutely no need to make any shit up. But
that's exactly what I say.
Who makes shit up all the time? It's our freaking president.
Oh,
the freaking president. He can't even keep his damn story straight, and he can't even enunciate it properly anymore. And now he's trying to use the excuse. His lawyers are trying to use the excuse that because he's been keeping top secret papers and stuff before he was even president. Now, Donald Trump did it when he was president. But they're trying to say, oh, he's too feeble and old to know what he was really doing. It's like, he was a vice freaking president. And now he's, the president? And you're telling us that your defense is, he was too feeble and old to know what he was actually doing.
You know what cracks me up, D, is when they say in the media, Biden decides to do blah, blah, blah.
Oh,
he doesn't decide nothing. He wouldn't have a clue what's going on. It cracks me up like Biden's
shit. Come on.
He's decided to do this and Biden's choices to, he's not making any decisions.
From the minute I looked in his beady little eyes when he was running for president, and I really, because I didn't pay much attention to Biden,
I couldn't believe
I looked in his eyes and I said, he's a fucking sock puppet.
I couldn't believe how they showed all this stuff about him, sniffing children and groping women, and yet the flu, oh yeah, we'll take this guy, everyone's just seeing what a creepy pedo looking guy he is. And it's like, this is a joke. They're putting him in there to make fun of us, to have a big laugh.
Yeah, I think they're trolling us.
Let's see how much fun we can have roll this guy out.
Well, he's the head of a crime cartel, so, if we can...
I think the elite are having a big party.
They're just trolling us. Yeah, they're trolling us. He ain't in charge of shit.
No. Hey, let's pretend Epstein hung himself in prison. That sort of shit.
Oh, yeah. And that's one of the things that really made me doubt when I was all for Farsight, the remote viewing. Then they tried to say, no, Epstein did hang himself. And I'm like, what? No.
Oh, you did a remote viewing about it?
I'm like, no, sorry. And it's like, then there's this channeler
Probably
on
never
this.
did a day in jail.
There's
like
this
Charles
channel
Manson.
on another channel, and she's supposedly channeling people from the future. And I'm thinking she's on another timeline because in her future, Biden somehow won. And I'm thinking, how are they going to do that without rigging the election? His polls are like he's down. Most of the
Everywhere.
people
Every
don't even
state.
want to vote. They'd rather vote for nobody. They're like just nobody
Yeah,
than
like what
him.
was that state that just lost it? And that lady, oh god, she's funny. Got so outraged, but she's still running, but no one wants it. I've forgotten. I just saw it yesterday.
Oh, Nikki Haley.
Yeah.
Oh God, what a dumbass. I'm sorry, but
How
dumbass.
dare you say that against Biden when he's done blah, 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 blah. What the?
Well,
Fact check Biden? How
Trump kicked
dare you
her
want to
in
fact
her
check Biden?
hometown. Trump kicked her ass in her hometown. Come on now, Nikki. Wake
And
up and
it's the
smell
thing,
the coffee, baby. You are out. You are
you
out,
lost.
Nikki. You ain't got no chance in
You
hell,
humble.
okay? There ain't no chance. Trump kicked her ass in her hometown. And it's like, and in her home state, it's like, Nikki, what pipe are you smoking, man? You know, what are you smoking? Have you been into some of Hunter's stuff? What the
What you call
hell?
total denial, you know.
Utter denial. Utter denial. I'm in denial. No, I'm the fun. Yeah, she probably thinks she's the finest and best hope of the Democratic Party. Yeah,
Hey, does anyone know what? That's something I want to ask. I haven't heard anything about Griswold Maxwell thingy. That lady who was the partner in crime. What happened to her? Is she in jail or?
Which one?
Griswold.
Oh, Giswell. Gillen. Gillen.
the trafficker.
Gillen. It's some French ass name, right? It is a French name.
I heard she's in jail. I heard she wasn't.
I call her Ghislaine. Okay.
Yeah, I call it Giz.
Gizzard. Jizzy. Old Jizzy. I call her old Jizzy. Yeah, with a Jizzy. Yeah, and she should have been singing like a canary. Her people abandoned her.
Yeah,
you know?
if it was like
But
they
we
say,
ain't heard anything about that. We ain't heard.
She'd be spilling the beans, you know, but nothing.
Yeah, she's probably at some beach with Epplestein.
Oh yeah, along with Michael Jackson and all those others that have pretended to die.
I don't know. I'm sitting here going, if people cannot see that this is a clown world, you're going to need to revive them from the dead. I swear. Some
like
people.
Shakespeare said, the whole world's a stage. You know, they all have their entrances and exits, no matter how big or small the part. But each part is very important to the story, the script. You know. Go on, Shakespeare.
We have got the stupidest shit going on here. If you guys don't believe we're in some other, but what have we been told? The fourth, okay. I'm calling them frequencies, not dimensions, not densities, because people get all confused. But the fourth frequency, the one up from the third, has always been the shadow realm, has always been our land of the dead. That is basically the conduit, though, between frequency 3 and frequency 5. We are in the middle of 4. Okay, of course it's going to be crazy. This is a shadow realm of 3, you know, and you got to figure. And as we go farther into the fourth, heading into the fifth, we're going to see some of the craziest shit you never saw. All right. And
Well,
that's the way it's going to be until we get out of 4.
Well, you know, I've always been an old, you know, sci-fi fan, and everything that happened from 2019 was like a science fiction movie, you know. It was just, I'm living it now. This is, you know, I always thought this shit might happen. Yeah, it was happening.
I swear it's getting more and more and more and more like I mean, if there isn't a product that pops out something like Bronno, it's basically Gatorade, you know. But if they start watering plants with Gatorade, we're dead. We're over.
Oh, look, someone I followed, Rachel
Bronno, buy
showed this
Bronno.
video.
All you guys, buy Bronno.
Rachel
It's got
Reese
what
showed
plants
this video.
crave.
This
Bronno.
video the other day showed how they want to put vaccines into vegetables and fruit, you know. And the government's considering it. This is in America, but you know they will have to label that it's vaccinated. I mean, have you ever heard anything more crazy?
Yeah, having a bromance on top of me. That sounds kind of sexy, actually. No, I'm kidding. But anyway, what?
Idiocracy.
It's got what plants crave, electrolytes.
Monster drinks.
Idiotocracy. We've got Idiotocracy. What can we say? Idiotocracy was a future documentary, very prescient.
Idiocracy, yeah.
It is. If you haven't seen it, Idiocracy. It's like They Live. Okay, it's a lot like They Live. It's They Live was not funny. Idiotocracy.
When I saw that film, I didn't have any idea what I was going to watch, and fuck, I was just, you know, wow, this film's predicted a lot of shit that's happening. And the guy who directed the film and wrote it, he said the only thing missing in the movie is how the iPad, you know, the cell phone thing hadn't happened then, you know. And he goes, that's the only thing. I wish I had made the film like 10 years later, you know. So he could have showed the whole, you know, Black Mirror bloody.
Right, I know. See, a lot of this. Well, I mean,
Judd Nelson.
It's gotten to where the lines are getting very blurry between, and I think that's on purpose, really.
It is. It's like we're coming to a crux of some, you know, reality meets supernatural meets, you know, AI. I don't know.
Like, we're in frequency 4, which is a shadow realm, which is where we used to have. That used to be our shadow realm in 3, but now we're in also 5 because they're overlapping. You saw me explaining that they're overlapping spheres, right, Ken? So that's what that's the trick of the frequencies. They're not very distinct. They're more like they kind of blend. One sphere is kind of intertwined in the other one for a while.
It's almost like they don't want us to see proper color anymore. Like they're dimming the skies. We don't see the proper sun anymore. It used to be yellow. With Hollywood movies, they're making everything dark, so it almost looks black and white, but there's still a little bit of color in there. But
right, the Hollywood movies have gotten dark. It's weird, man.
I can't fucking tell what's going on. What the hell is fucking Justice League shit?
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. They had a writer. They have a trucker strike. They got a problem on their hands, but they have a writer's strike, and everybody rejoices.
Yeah. I saw when they did the writer's strike. Puck was talking about it earlier, wasn't he?
Let's have us a good writer's strike. Come on, folks. Yeah,
And
because it's
they did
crap.
that like 20, was it 20, 30 years ago? Yeah. And then they did the same and no one even blinked, you know, like, what? But they were making it like they put another agenda in there when they were doing that this time. My memory's bad lately. I don't know. Anyway,
Gosh, we've got a lot more of this crap to go. I'm sorry to tell you, folks. We got a lot more of this crap to go. So just get out the popcorn and the cocoa and sit down to watch the movie. Don't get involved in the movie. As much as possible, don't get involved in the movies.
and let's just pray that Australia starts making good movies again, because I haven't seen a good Australian movie for a while now. It's like during the 90s that there was a lot of excellent Aussie movies, just little gems. They weren't expensive films, and same in the 70s.
Night, Dolly.
You know,
Dolly will never go away again. Okay. Sorry, Dolly's going.
See you, Dolly. Good night. Yeah. Okay. God bless, and well, yeah, Creator bless. Depending on what you believe in.
Dream well and dream big.
But,
okay. But you know, Ken, it's like I love talking to you. It's been 4 hours though that I've been on.
Sorry.
It's 2:49 in the freaking morning for me.
Yeah, I did that the other night. I went for 7 hours. And
I have done that, but you know what? And you know, isn't it funny that some of these shows would think that, oh my, it's a marathon, right? And it's like I'm doing 4 hours at a time almost every single damn time, 3 or 4 hours at least, and sometimes I've gone on for 6. And I need a pee break in the middle.
Don't even notice it. Yeah, and it's only because
I don't even notice it. It's just kind of gone. It's like, wow.
And all it is as friends talking to each other. That's all we. That's the only reason I stream. I just want to talk to a few friends sometimes, you know. Have a ride. Because we're all so separated. They want to keep us separated.
Yeah, I know. I'm usually better at we tried karaoke and it was between the two. Oh, it was absolutely horrible.
That's what I come in.
Absolutely, I will never do. No, we're not doing that like that again. I've done karaoke on this show, very successful, but no, the off timing was just so fucking weird. And
I did that on a live stream, D. I did karaoke. Everyone was doing karaoke that night, and I did mine, and everyone's going, oh, wow, Ken, that was amazing. And I go, what? I wasn't even trying. Everyone else did it shit house.
What I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to say, you're going to bring your own karaoke.
Yeah.
I'm going to have a karaoke night, and this is what I'm going to do. You guys are going to have to get your own karaoke song from YouTube or somewhere.
Yeah, each do a different one. Yeah, separate solo.
Right. And you do it solo because we cannot do it any other way. There's a delay and it doesn't work. So you guys will have that one day if you want a karaoke night where we're all doing our songs, but we'll have that and that'll be fun. It'll be like a party. We'll have it as one of our parties, okay?
I'll sing a bit of Paul Kelly and Xavier Rudd, and you probably don't know them; they're Aussies, but Victorians.
Yeah, well, I'm down with music. Really, I am, because I think we need music in the world, and I think music is really magical. Okay, I think it always has been. Ken, it's good to see you.
Cheers, Dee. Thanks. You know, I was pretty bored.
Thanks for coming up here and being entertaining.
Good to meet Puck Elf and catch up. It was excellent. See you, Mary.
And I'm going to toddle off and actually get some sleep. I've been needing my sleep a lot lately. Sorry, but I have.
It's almost 7 p.m. here, so I'll probably. I
And
can't.
the kitty cat has been crashed out for a long time here, and he needs a belly
Cowboy.
rub. He needs his belly rubbed, and he's like, "Mom, are you ever gonna
Cowboy. I
look
love
at
Putty
him?
Cat.
Is he just the sweetest little boy?
Puss, 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 puss. What a good Putty
Look
Cat.
at him.
Putty
He's
Cat.
the sweetest kitty. Look, now who could resist that little white fluffy belly there? Huh? How can you just not just rub that belly? Huh?
You
Want
know,
to pet
cats
that
were
little belly?
created to make us feel total comfort zone. You know,
Hmm.
it just looks
So
so comfortable.
he's wanting his
Good.
belly rubbed, and he wants some love. So I'm gonna go. But thank you so much for being here, everybody. You know I love you. I'll be
God bless.
back on Sunday, hopefully, if everything goes okay. I'll be back Sunday and Monday. We're here Sunday, Monday, and Wednesday. I have tried to add days, but it hasn't worked out.
Bye. Cheers. Adios.
And yeah, and we'll have some fun again, and we'll talk about deep stuff. We talked about some deep stuff tonight. Okay. Um, once again, really glad to have you here. Love you, my soul family. My my here on my ship of woo, my woo ship. And we'll see each other again. I won't stop doing this, you know that. And I'm brave. I'm going through all kinds of things to be able to do this show, but I'm still going to do it. So F anybody else who doesn't like that. Yes, it is so fun hanging with you guys. Ah, put chocolate in a crack. What? Make s'mores? Oh, marshmallow. You know what? Puck. Oh, you gotta quit this. No. I call him my little Manxmellow. He's my little Manxmellow. He's a mellow little Manx. He's got such a fluffy white, yeah, marshmallow belly. Yeah, he does. Kay to tell me to shut up and jump out. That's okay. You guys were having so much fun. Anyway, okay, yeah. I'm out of here. I need to sign off. It's been 4 hours. I'm out of here. And remember that you are divine. So dream well and dream big. And the truth is where you find it. Doggone it. Could be anywhere. Hope that most of the time you're finding some here. Okay? And from everywhere in the world that you're listening to this at any time, much love. And we'll see you again.